and I look down and see a world I was once underneath. I stand on this mountain and I look down by mine. There's more than it once knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Now you're here. You're here. You're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be than found me see. Found me see. I climb down this mountain and I look around just to see that everyone used to be me. I climb down this mountain and I look around my mind, embracing more than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth. Now you're here, you're here, you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Found me sing. Found me sing. I once was blind, but now I see the beauty of the world before me. Now you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Now you're here, you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Found me sing. Found me sing. Found me sing. Found me sing.
Welcome in, all my beautiful people. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you for being tonight, too. Thank you so much for being here. So tonight we're going to honor the victims of the Idaho 4 murders. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give people that are not pro-Coburger a place to come and express their feelings, express their thoughts, express their reasonings live here on the channel. We have so many channels that are pro-Coburger and so few channels that actually honor the victims and speak about the victims. It's all about the brutal murders of 4 innocent kids and 2 survivors that will never be the same again. So tonight, my mods have already all been geared up that there will be no victim blaming and no victim shaming in chat. Your opinions and your questions are welcome. They always have been on this channel. But note, there will be a zero tolerance policy on any victim shaming or victim blaming. And that includes the 2 survivors. It will not be tolerated tonight. You will not be banned from the channel. You will be timed out. They will start out with a short timeout. If you come back and you still act like a child or act like a monster with no empathy, then you will be timed out for a longer period of time. I have an amazing group of mods, the majority of which are advocates for missing people. That's what we are here on my channel, are advocates for the missing, the murdered, and the families. So I feel like it's important to give a place to those that have the opinions, that have the different outlook. I myself have not covered this case extensively. I have followed the case. I have not covered it extensively because I don't cover trending cases. I'm not here for clicks and views, and I'm not here for the algorithm. The reason I'm here is to give the voiceless a voice. That will never change, and it's not going to change tonight. So all I ask is that you please be respectful when you come in. You act like an adult. You present yourself as an adult. You can leave on your own, or you can be escorted out of the chat. That is your choice. Let me go through and say hello to everybody. Of course, we got Kimber in the house. Please like, subscribe, share, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a show. There's Doodlebug. Doodlebug. Far Q's in the house. We got 12 Gage in the house. There's our beautiful Paula coming in hot in the house. Kimber says, is Jeff H coming 12? I sure hope so. I would love to give Jeff H a safe place where he can speak and not be criticized for his opinions or his outlook on the case. I know 12 Gage reached out to him, and I also emailed him myself. There's Rondi in the house. Honored to have you back, Rondi. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I was about to make a missing flyer. There's Southern Gal True Crime. If you're not subbed up with Southern Gal True Crime, what are you doing with your life? Make sure I don't miss any. There's Aquarius, y'all 420. Thank you so much for being in here. Josh the Posh. Reed did chores around the house, watch true crime, more chores. I'm tired, but I'm here. Hashtag justice for the Idaho 4. Thank you for being here, Josh. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Everybody's just saying hi. There's Arctic in the house. Thank you so much for being here, Arctic. Stormy's in the house. Thank you for being here, Stormy. There's Crime Curious. Kimber got herself found her lurking and working. Well, thank you so much for being here, and we always enjoy you lurking and working. Just saying hello to everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. I don't foresee getting very many trolls tonight, but if we do, the mods will handle them accordingly. Hi, Jody. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see, who else do we got in the house that's brave enough to come over tonight? We have Peggy in the house. Thank you for being here, Peggy, in the house. I can see the chat moving on out of my peripheral vision because I also have it pulled up so my mods don't have to overwork themselves, so I can do that for them if needed. I'm going to drop the link. I'll be pinning it to the top. There's Taylor. She come in on me. I saw you. I'm watching you, peeking you, sneaking in, ma'am. Gonna drop the link in the chat. And since this is a controversial case, I will be putting up the screen, and you could show your face or tell me your voice. Let me hear your voice, and I'll drop the screen. But this will be a safe place to conversate tonight. I've got some videos queued up that we're going to take a look at that honor the victims, and we're also going to have a wonderful, beautiful adult conversation, which I feel like is much needed in this community. Oh, shit. Apparently I can't put up my pin screen, so I'll just be quick to knock people down if I have to. Kimba?
Yes, it's me. Hi.
Okay, I'm going to remove you.
Don't remove
Hi.
me.
There's 12 Gage. Welcome in. So Jeff never got back to you. I'm a little hurt about that. I really wanted him to join us tonight.
Well, I just texted him and he said, can you send me the link to YouTube? I can't find Mom's channel. Wait, just found it. So he should be in here shortly.
Perfect.
Hey,
CZ, welcome in. There's Lacey Pear.
can I show something while we're just chilling and chatting?
Yeah.
Okay, so guys, my dear brother Arctic and Kimber looks a little like hell tonight, so y'all just gonna have to excuse the look. Hold on. I received these in the mail today. Monkeys! Monkeys! Oh, hold on. Look, there's two. Hold on. Shh. There's two monkeys. Look at them. They hug each other. There's two monkeys. And there's four monkeys.
Oh,
My
nice.
husband said, there's your monkeys.
Arctic for the win. She finally got her damned monkeys. I told her now she
Hey.
can't say those aren't my monkeys. It's not my circus because now they are her monkeys and her circus.
Yes, they are.
Oh, 12. Did you get a new thingy for your background?
Yes, I did. I've had it about 2 weeks now.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Hi,
I
Jeff.
like that. Oh, that's badass.
Yeah, I usually have it a lot more condensed. And I still have the stop sign. It's just up above it.
Oh,
Yeah.
12 done went and got all fancy on us.
I appreciate y'all having me on your channel tonight. I really, and I was going to tell you, I was digging that intro music. I haven't really heard it before. I always catch it when the show's already on, you know?
Oh, well, that is one of my very best friends. He goes by the name E-Rock. He is a musician. He's a DJ in Nashville. He wrote that song many years ago. It tells the story of his life, and he gave me the copyright to be able to use it on the channel.
That is so awesome. And I was looking at the posters and I was like, man, I need to look at these posters, see if I recognize any of these people, you know, because you just never know. You just never know.
Yep.
Welcome,
And
Jeff.
most
How
of the
are you?
posters that are on there are like older cases. Because so many of these newer cases get so much traction that I want to feature the older cases, and I'll change them out every few months so that way there's other faces on there as well. Welcome, Jeff. Thank you so much for coming over tonight.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good. How are
Just got on
you?
here just for a second. Good. I can't stay very long. I'm supposed to be working. I've got a lot of work to do, but I thought I'd come and say hi a little bit. How's everybody? Can you hear me?
Doing
Okay?
good so far. Yeah. Yep. Can hear you good.
I had turned my mic down for I did like a little online guitar lesson, and I know I brought it down from where I usually have it, but I think it's probably at the correct one now. But good to see you all. Thanks for having me.
Your mic is kind of low, Jeff.
It is a little
It is
low.
a little low.
All right, let me turn it up. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Is that better?
Yeah,
Can you hear me
That
now?
is so much better. Yes.
that's so
Okay.
better.
Boom, boom, boom. Okay, there it just hits the red now. Just tickles it. That's where it ought to be. So,
Perfect.
what a day. What a day. A lot of people on YouTube lately.
Yeah.
The heat is turning on. It's coming up.
That's what happens, that everybody sits around and complains about we're not getting anything, and then when things come out, it's like everybody fires up alive and goes live about the same thing.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah, it's I was just over not too long ago on Mr. Jude's channel until he figured out and blocked I think he's officially now blocked my 10th account, so he's over. I don't have any more accounts. I don't plan on making any more accounts, but I got on there. They were talking about the photo of the Elantra in one of the court documents. Mm-hmm. And Mark B, I think, did a video where he is showing, he's like, see, there is no reflector where you would expect to see one in this photo. First thing I noticed when I actually went to the document, looked at the photo, it's like, well, yeah, of course, Mark, the video you're showing, you're pointing your phone at your computer screen, and you just took the image quality down about 50%. Of course you can't see it. You go to the document, I see what looks like a little indication of possibly tail, the reflector on the bumper. But Tommy is 100% convinced from that video that see, it's not the car at all. It's not the car. Damn it, I'm gonna have an aneurysm. It's not the car. So,
Oh my Lord.
but I on my home channel, I put up the video I'd done a while back where I had shown a car parked in a parking lot, and this is a car parked at night it's kind of lit parking lot. But as I drove past it, you can see it's like you can't really see those little reflectors on the bumpers much at all unless there is light pointing into them to do what? Reflect. And so he's looking at a picture of a car at night. The taillights light themselves. They're lights. The things on the bumpers are reflectors. And if there's no light shining into them, actually, you know what? There was also a theory that I think is brilliant from Nina, warning label Nina. All you would have to do is put some white tape, over those reflectors, and it just blend right into the bumper. You wouldn't see anything. So I don't know if he would have gone that far, thought that far ahead. But damn, that would have been brilliant, right? Would have made it very difficult. And who knows? Maybe it did.
Nina, she's always coming in hot.
If the investigators haven't checked the bumper for like adhesive around those reflectors, maybe check that.
Right.
Like little gaffer's tape adhesive.
Jeff's got a suggestion for you guys.
But man, I'm sitting here. I'm supposed to be working, and I wasted so much time. I must have pulled up maybe 30 different Elantra pictures from the internet, trying to find one at exactly the same angle as that photo. And they're always just a little bit off. So, because I know that if you don't get the overlay just right, it just opens the door for criticism. Oh, it's not lined up. It's not like,
Are you trying to figure out what year
it?
Are you trying to figure out what year Elantra it is, Jeff?
Well, what Mark B was trying to show was his theory on why he thought the FBI specialist got it wrong. I mean, he's got a good theory because, but what he showed from that angle, especially on his lower quality video, you don't see a little red reflector out towards the edge of the bumper, the rear bumper, like you would expect to see on a 2015, right? So, but I think it's there. I think it's faintly there. If you're actually looking at the original image right out of the court doc, you can see a little something there. But so what he's saying is because the FBI specialist didn't see that, he suspected that it was the earlier model where they moved those reflectors in more towards the center of the bumper, closer to each other. And so that's why he thought, they didn't see a reflector on the outer edge of the bumper in that photo. So they assumed it must be the 11 to 13, because that's the only real difference when you're looking at the cars. Especially the best way to tell is looking at that bumper, looking at the reflectors. It's like the 11 to 13, those two reflectors, they're like magnets attracted to each other. They're pulled closer together on the bumper. And on the 14 to 16, they're pushed further out towards the edge like they're opposing magnets, out, pushing weight out.
Is that picture on your YouTube?
No, it's the picture I'm talking about is in the court documents. It's in a document called it is called Make Model Suspect Vehicle. Okay.
I'm going to have my husband take a look at it. My husband's a mechanic, and let me just tell you, he's seen a whole lot of cars, and he's pretty good with year, make, model. I mean, he's been a mechanic for, I don't know.
He probably has a good ear for the engine then too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You ought to have him listen to that. There's a video that I posted where I took each of the 5 passes by the Linda Lane camera, and I give you just maybe 2 or 3 seconds of each one. Boom, right to the next one. Boom, right to the next one. Boom. So you can see if they sounded different, you'd be able to tell. It's kind of hard to tell when you're watching the video and then we got to fast forward to an hour later, or not an hour, but minutes later.
Right.
When they're right after each other, you can And what the interesting thing is too, in that video, I think I also right after that I put in there's 2 other vehicles that are seen moving through that parking lot. Here's my thinking, that from like 1 o'clock a.m. till 4:20, say, there's only 7 vehicles that you visually see in motion in that back parking lot area. 7. Did I say 5? 7. There's 7 vehicles in motion. 5 of them, I believe, are the Elantra, and the other 2. There's one a guy that parks at the very far end on the left side of the fence, and then there's another car that goes from like way off to the left side, comes back around through the little parking lot, and then behind the building. So my thought is with that video was to show the 5 cars that I believe are the Elantra. I think they sound the same to me, and then the only remaining 2 sound different. So it just says to me that if you got 7 cars in motion back there, 5 of them sound the same, 2 sound different, and the 5 also just happen to line up with the PCA times that they saw in Elantra. I believe they're using the light bulb camera to determine that because of the time's a little off it.
I'll have him take a listen to it and see if he thinks they sound the same. Like I said, he's been a mechanic for, God, how long you been a mechanic? Well, too long doesn't answer my question. Since you were, well, you're almost ready to retire. So he started when he was 19. So he's 64 now. So, he's very familiar with engine sounds. So he would be able to tune in and tell you if those 5 if the 5 that you're talking about sounded the same. Trust me, he would be able to notice that. And people can go, oh, well, if the FBI couldn't, well, I mean, you're talking the difference between that and a man who works on cars every day of his life.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, what better way to go out retiring than to solve this case based on your mechanic expertise and your ear and your
right. But yeah, I'll have him take a listen to it, Jeff, and I'll definitely have him take a listen and let you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want. I could share it here if you wanted.
Or Jeff, you're more than welcome.
To hear it.
Or you're more than welcome. You can share it here, or you're more than welcome to email me. You can email me the video. I can put my
because I've got it right here if you want.
I can put my email in back chat. Where's Mom? Can you put my email in back chat? Where is back chat? Hold on. Let me find back chat. Where's back chat?
On the bottom, it says private chat.
Here you go. So I'll let me mute my mic as I hit play so we can hear this.
I don't get it. Oh, I'm on hold on. I don't see private chat.
All right, so that's the 5 passes, and here comes this is the other 2 vehicles. I mean, other vehicle number 2 has got definitely a, more of a, you can really hear that muffler a lot more. Mm-hmm. The other vehicle 1, I don't know that we learned too much really from that one, but.
Jeff, I put my email in the back chat, and you can.
Oh, okay.
I finally found it. If you want to send those to me, and I can get those to him. I mean, I can not get them to him because we do live in the same house. I can let him listen to those. I can get those to him. I'm kicking him out next week, y'all. And yes, Doodle, he can. No, I'm not. We've been married 36 years, so I think I'll keep him around. Doodle,
you're stuck with him.
Yeah, I am. If your car goes clickety clack, Doodle, he can help you because he talks cars with Mom all the time. Half the time, I don't understand. Do I still have an echo, Doodle? him and Mom talk cars all the time.
Actually, I put that the link to the video on my YouTube channel in the back chat. That might be the easiest, just to paste that and
perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Then you can watch it anytime, that you're near a computer with YouTube. So
okay, yeah, that'll be perfect.
This other thing I did in the video here is I don't know how useful it is, because I don't know that I'm still as convinced as I was. It sounded like a trunk slamming on the Linda Lane footage. What I'm forgetting now. I used to say it all the time, and we used to talk about it a lot. 4:21:01 a.m. 4:21:01 a.m. I thought I heard what sounded like a trunk, and then 18 seconds later, I heard a car engine speeding away. So that's why I thought 18 seconds seems like that's a long time to go in the door, and then wait to start the car, especially if you're taking off from a crime. Then I thought, okay, maybe 18 seconds between the slam and the car taking off makes more sense if it's the trunk. It takes longer to get in the car. But I'm not positive that this isn't just sounds of a car. The sounds that I heard were of a car that were in the distance. It's so hard to tell what direction the sounds are coming from. But this is just in comparison. I have a friend who has a 2016 Elantra, and he thought I was crazy, but he said, I just want to get some recording of your trunk slamming. Can you do that? He's like, okay, whatever. So here it is. It's not the most scientific thing in the world, the comparison. And like I said, I think it's possible that the engine sounds that I hear taking off after that trunk slam could very well be they seem to match the movements of a car that I see looking at the 1320 Linda Lane camera, the one with the dumpster. So I think I might have got fooled by the sound of the car, thinking it was probably the killer speeding away. So, but funny story about that guy my friend with the 2016 Elantra. The first time we drove out to their house, I'm driving down this road, and I pointed out to my wife. I said, "Hey, there's a white Elantra in front of us. Check it out." And he turns onto the same street that we're turning onto, and then he kind of went off in a different direction in the neighborhood, and I turned left. And then I kind of went through the neighborhood, and then I turned right. Next thing I know, he's at a stop sign that I'm passing by. Now he's behind me. I was like, this is weird. I'm noticing a white Elantra, and now he's following me. And then he's following me for a long damn time. And then eventually I did a U-turn to park in front of the house of my friend that we're going to, or my wife's friend. He does a U-turn, and he parks right behind me too. And it turns out it's her her friend's fiance. It's like, oh my gosh, scared the hell out of me. It's just kind of weird having a white Elantra follow you like that. Yeah.
You're like, now I've got a white Elantra
following
me. What the hell?
What year's your car? He said 2016. I said, okay, good. I feel better. Nothing to fear.
Poor Jeff's being stuck by Elantras.
They're everywhere. They're following me.
You were talking about the victims and stuff, like the surviving roommates. There's been a lot of negativity on their behalf, because of the new documents that have been dropped by the defense and by the prosecution. So I believe that there's a lot of individuals on these YouTube creators that believe that they were involved somehow, and I just don't see it. I've been in chats with you in another channel where we were talking, and it infuriates me. I mean, I try not to be emotionally involved in it like that, but it infuriates me when people project their thoughts on the innocent that have survived something tragic like that, rather than
it's absolutely infuriating.
Yeah, rather than being an advocate, and saying, well, we don't know what these girls experienced. We don't know how they were handling this stuff throughout the night. No, we're going to put words in their mouth. We're going to put thoughts in their path. We're going to assume that they were doing this. We're going to assume that they were doing that. in all honesty, nobody really knows other than what the documents have showed us that they were doing and saying. And, we can assimilate any thought pattern to say, well, they were on social media all that time. Well, what are they supposed to do if they don't believe that there was actually something that tragic going on until later the next morning?
Well,
Exactly. These are young adults. They're young adults. I mean,
it's what
myself, even with something tragic not happening, if I can't sleep or if I'm trying to wind down to go to sleep, a lot of times I'll get on and scroll Twitter or get on
Hmm.
TikTok and scroll TikTok.
and not only that, a lot of the a lot of the criticism that's coming, you know, I hear a lot of, well, they should have called 911. They should have done this. They should have done that. They this and that.
Hmm.
Hey, first of all, I want to know how many of these people have been at a mass murder scene and in their 20s. A lot of this is spoken in present day, okay, and we're in our 40s, 50s, 60s. You know, okay, so we have a more rash thinking at our age than we did back then. I can't tell you what I would have done. I can't tell you what I do now
Right, right.
because I'm not in that situation. But to me, the survivors, they're victims too because they have to live with this trauma for the rest of their life,
That's true.
and they have to live with the trauma. They have to live with also not only trauma, they have to live with survivor's guilt.
And
And
the fact when people are saying, well, Xana was on Instagram, she was on Snapchat, she was on this, she was on that. Well, I mean, not Xana, excuse me, Dylan was on
Dylan, yeah.
Instagram, was on Snapchat, was on this, was on that. How do we not know that she wasn't asleep and her phone was just on those social media sites laying next to her? I mean, I don't know about you, but I've fallen asleep many times to either YouTube or Facebook or something, with a video playing or something like that. And if they were to look at mine, they'd be like, well, he was on YouTube at this hour from this time to this time. You get what I'm saying?
Be nice
well,
if you could do online gambling accidentally while you're asleep. Like, hey, wake up in the morning. I just won
well,
$5,000.
Right.
there have been times when they would have went, oh, she fell asleep on mom's panel last night, Mind a Monster's panel last night, because it's been done before because I work all day and sometimes the stream runs late and I fall asleep and mom just leaves me up here and then she kicks me off panel. But another thing too, if they had called 911 that night, if they had called 911, it would not have changed the outcome. It would not
No.
have changed the outcome. It would the police could not Ellie could not have gotten there in time to change the outcome of this. They could not have changed the I do not believe that Ellie could have gotten there in time to change the outcome of what
And that's probably
happened
the first
at
guilt they feel.
1122. They could not have gotten there to change the outcome of what happened at 1122 King Road that night. I do
I
not
agree
believe
with
it.
you. I agree with you.
I think there's an explanation. We just don't know it yet. I think all we can do is speculate on it. But I think as we speculate, we can be a little merciful towards them. I don't understand why there's one guy that gets to be innocent until proven guilty, but these surviving roommates are like fair game, whatever you want to say, accuse them of everything. Oh, pull their family into it as well. Why not? You know,
Yep.
I just don't understand it. There's an explanation, and there's got to be an explanation. And all I can say is it sure seems to me that they're doing a lot of stuff on their phones, and then during the 911 call, you seem to see them go from, you know, something's going on. Maybe it's connected to something last night, and then the moment I think I hear Hunter yelling, get out, get the F out. I think the realization of the severity of what happened there hits. So you see the transition from whatever they were feeling or thinking to whatever now that, that Hunter knows. And they must be probably trying to figure out, as Hunter's telling them to get out. He must know, you probably can see on his face that this is bad. This is not just Xana's passed out and won't open the door. Also, too, I heard Steve G in an interview today. It was weird. It was like a little short with Ashley Banfield. I hadn't seen this interview, but he had made mention of what about the possibility of them being under blankets so you couldn't see the wounds. You just, if they could see in the room, but I really think they couldn't see in the room. I think Xana's bedroom door is closed and they were trying to get in. I don't know if she was laying on the floor blocking it and they didn't want to just slide her, but although it seems like that's plausible, you could do that because she doesn't look like she weighs that much. I really think the door was closed and they couldn't get in and she wasn't answering.
Well, I've also seen, and I don't know if you've seen this interview or not yet, Jeff H., but I've also seen an interview with Steve G. or Steve Goncalves. He said that, this 911 call has brought up, a whole, and of course it's opened up some new wounds for the families. But he said, that he believes that Hunter was trying to protect the surviving roommates from whatever was in that house, and that's why he told them to get out. He believes that he was trying to protect those girls from what was in there, and he may have seen something, we don't know, but he said he believes that he was trying, and he said, and Steve said he had talked to Hunter, face to face, and he believes that he was trying to protect Bethany and Dylan from whatever was in there, and that's why he said get out. But he said, and he even touched on the fact that they are survivors and, that they have trauma too. He touched on that as well. So.
Right. Yeah, I think that was pretty mature and heroic to, he basically took the brunt of it. And I mean, he did two things, probably not realizing the second, but the first thing he did, I think, was spare them from seeing this awful scene. You don't want to see that. And he saved them from seeing that. But second, I think he probably helped preserve that crime scene from a bunch of people being in there and contaminating it, as the Pro-Burgers would love to. And it doesn't even make sense to be able to say it that way, but that is it. They love the notion that it could be messed up, that it could be the police have messed up, that all right, I'll take it easy on the Pro-Burgers, sorry. But
you're fine. You are here. No, Jeff, you are here tonight to be able to openly speak your opinion without.
I've had a day today where I didn't get to say much.
No, you are
not going to be overspoke. You're not going to be disrespected. Nope. Your comments are not going to be deleted. You're not going to be timed out. You're not going to be banned. That's why I wanted to do this panel, was give those of us that are not pro-burger a place to come and safely speak our opinions and our minds. And I have an amazing mod crew and I have a great community over here. So you're not going to, don't feel like you need to apologize or filter yourself at all whatsoever. And I'm honored to have you and 12 up here as a guest tonight. So please,
let me tell you about them MFers now.
But no,
I'm not monetized if that's where you need to go.
Yeah.
One thing though that, nobody, you can feel like you're, and this isn't the first time, to feel totally alone on your opinion in a room of people. And it was fine. I don't mind being the only one to have a certain opinion, but to be, blasted and the things they say against you for it is I just don't understand the need for that. But this idea or notion that could the surviving roommates have thought they were being pranked, and that we are misunderstanding the fear level in their text messages. We're text messages can often be misunderstood. There's no emotions in them unless you're really good with, your punctuation, exclamation points, double exclamation points, or even if you're missing a punctuation, like Xana was wearing all black. If you put a question mark on the end of that, it changes the whole meaning. And could she have been asking a question that was from a text that was earlier, that was redacted? But without the question mark, it sounds like she's saying, well, Xana was wearing all black, which also works. Maybe Bethany is trying to calm Dylan down, say, well, Xana was wearing all black. Maybe that's all you saw. But here's a quote from, go ahead.
Whereas if you put Xana was wearing all black and you put 500 exclamation points on it, then you're going to know, oh my gosh, somebody went, Xana was wearing all black. Question, exclamation, because you know they're going to be like, that's going to be like a WTF point.
Right.
Right, right.
Well, the nice thing too is that
go ahead.
Go ahead, Phil.
You know, I believe in those text messages during those moments where it goes from one thought to the other. I believe that there's still some possibility of the messages not being there, because it only makes sense that you would talk in a sequence. Like if you're talking about, I'm really creeped out right now, and the next message said Xana was wearing all black. It's, you know, by logic, it would, in my mind, it would say, well, there's something in between there
Something's
that
missing,
made her
right?
say that. You know, like maybe she said, well, I saw somebody in all black, and that could have, you know, transferred to the next message that said, well, Xana was in all black. Is that who you saw? Type scenario.
Yeah, it'd be kind of like having a sentence in there that just says, well, Thursday it is then. I'll see you then, 4:00. And it just sits out there all on its own. It's like, wait, there's obviously something that came before it that's missing. But listen to this. This is where my thought on the pranking comes from. Steve Gonsalves said this in an interview. He was talking about Hunter. He said that had spoken to him. He's a broken soul. But he said, here's the quote. He was literally just responding to what he probably thought was a prank, thinking his friend, his best buddy, had these girls rolling. You know, I assume he's talking about Ethan. He showed up there, and I think I shortened this. He showed up there, and what he saw was the opposite of a prank. Mm-hmm. But there's also an interview I can't seem to find, but Steve G said that this was way earlier, that there was a time where Kaylee called him and said that they were pranking them pretty hard or something. I got to find that interview because I don't want to misquote it. But when I heard that, I thought, okay, there's two instances of mention of pranks, both of them coming from Steve Gonsalves. And I know there's things he can't say and things he's wanted to say and loves the moment. You know, I think he's even said, once they say it in the public, then I can say it. And you know he's sitting on a lot of stuff and can't say stuff. But maybe he can hint at stuff without, breaking whatever guidance or rules that they've given him on stuff. And this mentioning of pranks, we'll find out later. That's the nice thing. We will find out from Dylan and Bethany's own mouths, I believe. They will explain what's going on. Now, Brian, no, he's just going to sit there. We're not going to hear, from him. We're going to hear Ann Taylor's characterizations of what's up with Brian, but we're not gonna hear it from Brian, of course. But so I'm not too worried, and that's why it doesn't even bother me when they tore me apart for thinking it's a prank. And usually they just don't even try to understand what I'm trying to say. And they're saying, so you're saying when they called 911, they're calling 911 about a prank. It's like, okay, clearly you're not getting what I'm saying, and you don't want to get what I'm saying. So.
They could have thought, I get what you're saying, they could have thought that it was a prank in the house that night.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's around 4:00.
Right.
There's Ethan. Maybe there's Ethan again with these. He's always bringing in cousins that we don't know, none of us know, and he has them walk through the house and freaks us out. And it's like, who was that dude? It's like Ethan's at it again.
They weren't calling 911 about what they thought was about what was a prank. They finally realized the full extent of what had happened the next morning.
Right.
They weren't calling 911 about what was a prank at that time. That they finally realized the next morning the full extent of what could have possibly happened. That's why Hunter was called. That's why Hunter went in the house. But at that time, at 4:30 in the morning, I understand what you're saying. These are college kids. They probably pulled pranks on each other all the time.
Right.
They're 20.
And am I saying I know that this would happen for sure? No. So why I deserve to get, obliterated in these rooms, I don't understand. But it's just, if we're trying to figure out and make sense of what we know, what they said in the text messages, that there was so much time before 911 was called. you can try and make sense of it without throwing them completely under the bus and backing up a couple times over these poor girls. You can, give them some grace, and that, yes, they're young, but maybe there's a actually just a logical explanation. When somebody says, "I'm scared, come down here, run down here." Well, my grandkids, when they're playing hide and seek, like, hey, I'm going to go hide over here. Don't tell don't tell my don't tell them where I'm hiding. And you see them. If you ask them, how you feeling? I'm a little scared. I think they're going to find me. I think, and you magnify kids playing hide and seek with fear, a certain playful fear level, right? It's a game. You don't want to get, but magnify that to like college students, drunk frat students, dudes with, I don't know, they're going to throw a bucket of water on you. Are they going to do something worse? They're going to give you a wedgie, or are the bedroom doors, do they have locks because of the fear and the regularity of pranks? A drunk frat dude doing a prank on a girl in a house like that, and they find themselves just the two of them, that can be a bad situation for the girl. If you know what I mean. I don't think I need to go any further than that, but I think it would make sense as to maybe that's why, whose father was it that installed a lock on the door that we heard about early on? I mean, is that the kind of thing? Is that the kind of reason for putting locks on the bedroom doors? I initially thought so people don't steal stuff when you're, because there was those times on the body cam where nobody that lived there at the house was at the house during a party. Maybe they don't want their stuff stolen. I thought that's what the original, intent of the door locks on bedrooms was. But maybe it's more, more of that, just to keep these girls safe in a party house.
One thing that I don't really enjoy right now, this week, last week, the week before, it seems like most people are going back in time. The same stuff we heard at the very beginning throughout the progression of these crimes, and the speculation and the theories and stuff like that. I don't call them theories because they're not theories, they're hypotheses. If it was a theory, it would have been proven true, but the hypothesis that these individuals push out there, and they're still sticking to them, even though we have legal documents that are coming out with seals and signatures of the attorneys and all these other people, but still they can't believe it. They will not believe what is on those documents. The judge must be paid off, or the attorneys are paid off, or it's a big old dramatic event that it just, everybody together in society has gotten together to band together, not only to frame Brian, but to execute him as well. You can't execute an innocent guy. Well, okay, he may be innocent, but it's not looking good for him. And all the hypotheses from these 2 years, or these 2.5 years, there's many creators that have formed their teams back together. Like, let's say, they called everybody up and said, "Hey, we're getting a reunion together. We need to bond together. This is the moment we need to bond together and try to push our narrative even stronger." But yet they're the first ones that always say that this side is the one that's trying to taint the jury pool. How can you taint the jury pool with facts when you have the other side just pushing nothing that's very logical most of the time? I got to take this, guys. Hold on a second.
I think it's, for me personally, I'm in search of the truth and figuring out what happened. And I think the conclusions I come to, line up, just so happens, with what law enforcement has figured out in this case. It makes sense to me. I try to give the other side, a little grace to say, okay, that all that must make sense to them. But in their search for the truth, it just feels like sometimes it's like we've decided that this is the truth, and as things come up obviously against it or blatantly against it, we're gonna find ways to push back, and now, of course, maybe they would accuse us of doing the same thing on the other side. we don't know the truth, the full truth. So all we can do is try and get as close to it as we possibly can. But I think you can do it. I mean, the only person I've ever come out and said anything negative really against is, in the areas where I think that BK did it, towards BK. I might criticize Ann Taylor for her methodology for doing her job, which I'm glad she's doing her job, because if she doesn't do a good job, then, BK can complain in the future and say, my lawyer was ineffective counsel and I'm going to do an appeal. So as far as I'm concerned, if you ask me if I, want to know what I really think, I'd say it wouldn't surprise me if Ann Taylor knows he's guilty, but knows she has to do a good job. And who knows, maybe there's a part of her that said, geez, down here with Judge, and with the way we're going and the way people are reacting to all this, he could get away with this. And, I always thought maybe Ann Taylor would be against, I always thought she was for the change of venue, for other reasons. But, part of me can't help but wonder. It's like, I don't know, maybe that's a coin toss. You get a good judge, you get a bad judge, in your opinion, the one you're looking for. But sure seems like she had a judge that she, practically had a leash around, and could. There's so many times it seemed like Judge was asking her, "And what should we do? How do we do this? What is this? Is this what we do here?" It's like I really pictured like on his shelf the Judging for Dummies book, and he's not quite finished with it. Not don't mean anything against him, but just that he was not cut out to be the judge for quadruple murder. Maybe other crimes. He probably would even say so himself. It's like, good Lord, what has fallen upon our courtroom? I would have never thought in this little town, something this evil would come down and I'd have to deal with something like this. This is a Hippler situation. Hippler can handle this.
I think
and he is.
I think that you are exactly correct. I think I get the same impression, Jeff, that Judge, it felt like that he was, oh, Ann, well, what do you want me to do next? Okay, just hand me that. Okay, we'll do it your way, Ann. We'll do it however you want to do it. And that was the total impression that you got from him. And
it's like both sides and the judge were reluctant to step off the starting line. It's almost like you're going on a road trip and it's like, does anybody know how to drive? I read a book about it. Does anybody know how to put gas in the car? I think it goes on the left side.
I read the book on the car, but I'm still not really sure how we're supposed to do all of this. And
right. So let's postpone it just a little longer until we figure out.
Right. And I think that
Whoa.
Put a shirt on, dude. I feared doing that.
Sorry about that.
At least you're in shape for 12. If I did it, I'd be so embarrassed. You're looking good, man.
Well, Gage, are you trying to get to be a part of our Men of YouTube calendar?
Oh my God! I'm sorry about that.
We're making a Men of YouTube calendar.
That was an accident. My bad.
But I don't think. I'm just and
12 gauge got you speechless, huh?
Everybody's like, 12 what?
He just doubled his subscribers too.
PJ said, PJ said, wait, I didn't see.
Jesus.
But I've seen and people go, oh, well, we're not, and it happens all over the streets. We're not dragging Dylan and Bethany, but you are. When you make statements like, hold on, sorry. When you make statements like, oh, but they weren't. Why did she do this? Why was it's okay to question maybe why they waited so long to call 911. Maybe question certain things, but when you're making statements like, oh, they weren't doing this, or oh, they weren't doing that, they were doing this. When you start making statements like that, that's not okay.
Right.
I want
Yeah, and they
anybody.
obviously lied. They're
I,
obviously lying. Like, what about this? They obviously, what did the PCA say? Dylan woke up. She was awoken approximately 4 a.m. Approximately. So doesn't the text document say that she sent something or was doing something on her phone at 3:51? Just so happens, like on my snooze on my iPhone, it's 9 minutes, right? So if we are saying 3:51 to 4 a.m., I could do something at 3:51 on my phone, set it down, lay down, fall off to sleep, and be asleep and awoken at 4 a.m. So, I mean, that took me 2 seconds to just explain, and it didn't throw her under the bus. But man, I heard so many awful things. She lied. She said she was asleep and awoke it. She wasn't. They weren't sleeping at all. It's like, well, okay. So what you're saying is that's the worst crime ever. Murdering 4 people is not so bad. But this saying you were asleep and you weren't. Oh my gosh, that should be
well,
they off with their heads.
and then everybody goes, "Oh, they've changed their story. They've changed." Well, you know what? It might not be that they've changed their story. This was a Trump. This was, and and I know that we all have our own trauma, and I am not dismissing anybody's trauma from the next person's trauma from the next person's trauma. But the two surviving girls were at the scene of a mass murder. They probably have a lot of, like I've discussed, a lot of certain feelings, survivor's guilt. They may have wished they would have called 911, but like I stated earlier, in my opinion, do not believe that calling 911 would have changed the outcome of that night. So there is that, but also they have they're living with this, and there may be things that they've remembered over time, because there is trauma block is a real thing. It is a real thing.
Yes,
We
it is.
all block traumatic events from our lives, in our minds. We all block traumatic events. It's just like,
Right.
let me use for example my aunt. One time she had a car wreck. She had a car wreck. Didn't remember the night of the wreck. A couple of years later, she remembered the wreck, but she didn't remember for 2 years because that wreck was so traumatic for her. She couldn't remember it. So, but that was an example of trauma. That's an example of trauma block. People block trauma, and 12 gauge can probably tell y'all that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've talked about the fight or flight. I've talked about that on my channel a lot. Tried to break it down, tried to educate people on, the stages of arousal, no pun intended, but um I've I've tried to educate people on the stages of, something traumatic happening, and you go into fight or flight. You're either going to fight because you believe that you're in danger, or you're going to run. And what did Dylan do? She ran. So, I mean, she froze and then she ran, right? So, if that doesn't tell you that's a normal response, I don't know what will. I mean, many people they want to put these survivors into mode. I've even heard as far as they had something to do with it due to jealousy. They've said that, Dylan was jealous of Kaylee and all this other stuff. I mean, the knife was already in the house, and the killer took that away from him, and all this. I mean, come on, man. It's
Seems like
one.
if you've got that much hatred, if there's even an ounce of that much hatred or animosity towards each other, I mean, do you see Kaylee putting that picture up and saying, "I'm so lucky to be surrounded by all these people"? I mean, I just don't think you would even say that if you thought one of them in the picture is like somebody you hate and thinks would stab you in the back the moment you turn around. Like I don't trust that one. I'm side eyeing that Dylan or that Bethany. I don't know about her.
Right.
I just don't see it. I think that you know but we do want to know. We just want to know what were you thinking was happening around 4 a.m. You saw a creepy guy, but he just creeped you out a little bit, and maybe because you were drunk, you didn't want to be alone,
But
or
but
but the
Jeff,
question
think,
is, you
think
go a little.
about it like this, Jeff. In the PCA, it uses the word approximately, and you and I
Mhm.
have talked about that word. Because you corrected me at one point because I was saying, well, Is it 4 p.m., 4:01, 4:02, 3:59? And you said approximately can be within 5 minutes, 7 minutes, either way. So, I mean, to say she was specific, she said 4 a.m. I saw something around or at 4 a.m. I saw a man. He was in our home. They sounded scared on the 911 call that you redid as well. Did they not? Did
Yeah,
they?
they sure did. They sure did. And it was growing. It was increasing. They were, that's the thing is, at the time of the 911 call, and they had conversations prior to dialing the phone. I mean, even to the point where the neighbor had already heard some about it. The neighbor had already heard about some guy in their house. So she had that. She brought that up as if she'd heard that. She had to have heard it prior to the call because we didn't hear it happen. She didn't learn that during the call. So it sure seems to me that they didn't know. Well, I mean, again, it's like we wanted to. It would be nice to know if Dylan saw a creepy guy. Did she feel like, well, he's gone, but he scared me, and I'd rather be with Dylan, with Bethany downstairs, and then whatever they're doing, just on the phones. But if she did feel like that guy creeped me out, and I think he could hurt us in the house. Well, then you would start to think, okay, well, shouldn't you do something? Shouldn't you do something about that? But because nothing was done, and a lot of people were contacted, the thing is I imagine they have transcripts of what was talked about with all those people that they reached out to, but we just don't have it right now. And and that's a situation that is dangerous for the when you got pro burgers around. What? There's a whole bunch of stuff that hasn't been released yet and it's sealed. We can fill in with what we think they said, with what we think they did. And then I guess later when it's all released, oh, my bad. I guess I was wrong. It's so funny to see them start to sway towards
said.
Right,
this is what I said, but I meant to say this. But 500 people clipped it, but that's not what I said.
Yeah, yeah.
So you ladies, if you were to be able to go back to 2021 and you were in a home like that, it's been a while since I was 21, so I can't even really recall what it felt like. I can kind of remember, but not really. But you ladies, if you were in a home like that, and people always say, well, they had to hear something. They had to hear something. Well, they did hear something. Dylan gave us explanations of what she heard. So when people say, I can't believe they didn't hear anything, they didn't hear screaming, they didn't hear any of that. If you two ladies were in that home in a similar situation, let's say, Mom, you were in Dylan's situation and Kimber, you were in Bethany's, do you think that logically you can see both of you kind of doing the same thing they did?
Absolutely. I would lock myself in my room and try to contact my roommates. I wouldn't come out of my room. You could pay me to come out of my room.
And like if Mom, say if I was Dylan and Mom was Bethany and she said, come down here, I'd have been like, no, bitch, I hear something. I'm just going to be honest.
I'm not leaving my room.
I'd have been like, no, bitch, you come up here. And she'd have probably said, no, bitch, I ain't coming up there. I hear something. So that would have been the extent. I wouldn't have come. I'd have been in my room in the corner crying like a damn baby. And I would have probably done the same thing that Dylan did and just peeked out my door. I would not have come out of my room. I'm telling you. I would not have come out of my room.
Well, her phone was about to die. Do you think that that's one of the reasons that made her face her fear and say, okay, screw it, I'm going to go downstairs. At least Bethany has a charger or whatever. I mean, I'm speculating there, but, it's better to be with somebody that has a fully charged phone than to be in a room where your phone's dead and you can't communicate with anybody.
I think maybe that at that point, I think maybe you're right. I think maybe that she may have built up enough courage. It was maybe I'm sure her heart was pounding through her ears at that point, and she was probably scared to death. and I'm betting she just ran as fast as she could. She was
Hmm.
probably, and I'm sure she was probably out of breath when she got to Bethany's room. She was probably scared for her life when she got there.
Hmm.
And but she may have felt at that point, if she had heard something, if they weren't sure what was going on. I mean, I don't know. She may have figured there was safety in numbers because, and also this was a party house. So, and this goes back to Jeff H's theory of a prank. This was a party house, so you don't know if it was a prank. There were people in and out of that house all the time. So
Hmm.
it wouldn't have been too far fetched for this to be a prank and somebody to be in that house at 4:30 in the morning. Because from my understanding, did they ever lock the doors?
It doesn't seem that way now.
So I mean, and I don't know that. That's just in my opinion. Did they ever lock the doors? Maybe not. Um,
But also, to be fair, Ethan was in the house, but his loyalty was to his girlfriend. It wasn't to every girl in the home, so he wasn't like the house protector. You
right.
get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
when to say that these girls called Hunter, well, maybe they felt, okay, well, Ethan's protecting his girlfriend. We need a male to come protect us. We can't expect him. You know what I'm saying? It's like we can't expect to call Xana's boyfriend to come protect us. We need another male in the house, or we need another couple males in the house.
Of course, it's kind of weird that they didn't really. You don't hear them asking much about Ethan during the 911 call. Did they assume he wasn't there, that he'd left? The fact that they don't mention him at all makes me believe the door truly was closed.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they would have been saying they would have been saying these two are not responding. There's something's wrong with both of them. No, they were so focused on Xana, and I imagine they were focused on Xana because it sounds like they remembered her drinking maybe way too much the night before. And I mean, how many famous musicians have drank a lot the night before, choked on their own vomit, and are gone from this earth? I mean, I'm sure that is the fear that was going through their mind as they called 911. Not like, oh my gosh, the guy had a vacuum cleaner attachment. I think he stole our vacuum cleaner attachment. Call the police. No, I don't think it's that. I think Xana is not waking up. That is not Xana is gone from this world. Xana's not waking up, and maybe the fear that she would be gone from this world. But it sounds like their fear was that she would leave this world as a result of drinking too much, and then whatever her body's going through right now. That changed when I think Hunter, right before he said, "Get out, get out, get." And I listened closely. I didn't hear it until actually just today. I think he says, "Get the F out" at the very end.
Yes, he
So
does.
it's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty. He's making it very clear. Get the F out.
But and there may be bits and pieces of that. There may be parts of that 911 call. I don't know if that's the full 911 call. Is it? Is that the full 911 call?
You know,
It's
Is
you
it?
know, one
partially.
way we could maybe almost test it. It stamps the time on the front and it stamps the time on the back. If the time between the two, I never thought about it until just what you just said. If those times are different and it should be longer, which means they cut something out. I'll check that and see, but I don't
Because
know.
I'm wondering, because everybody's like, "Oh, they didn't mention any blood," but like you said, Jeff, if there were blankets over the bodies,
Hmm.
and that doesn't entirely mean that whoever did it didn't cover up the bodies.
Yep.
Um, so you know they could have, so they might not have seen the blood. Could there have been? There are just a lot of variables. We weren't there. We don't know what happened. And Jeff, I like your theory that you mentioned, and I heard you mention it, and I'm just going to say that I heard you mention it about the light. The light in that light was bright. That good vibes light was bright. It was a neon sign. It was a
Right,
neon
right.
sign. So that would have obscured, if that was indeed Brian Koberger, that was a bright light, that good vibes light, that was a neon sign that would have obscured his vision had he looked directly at that light. Because if he was going out, if he went out that slider in the kitchen, that if he looked at that light, neon signs are bright. That would have obscured his vision, and he might not have seen Dylan looking out her door because she was right there in the dark. So that might
Right.
have obscured his vision to be able to see her because his eyes could not adjust after looking into that neon sign light.
So
Right. And I
whenever,
remember. Go ahead, 12. Go ahead.
so whenever you said that you heard Hunter say, "Get the f out," at that point, I believe that reality hit all of them. If one is gone and you haven't been, surely they told them, "Hey, we've been calling, we've been texting the others, they haven't been responding." And people have attacked. Why didn't they go up to the third floor? Why didn't they look in on Kaylee? Why didn't they look in on Maddie? Well, I mean, if you're logically thinking, okay, Xana's gone, you know, get out, get out. We can't be in here. What Hunter just saw. Obviously, he's never seen something like that, and I doubt he has, unless he's a hunter or some sort. And I'm sure you don't see that. But my point is, they wouldn't. He was trying to protect everybody from going up and seeing even more of the carnage. You know.
And they talk about the DNA. Is it under Maddie's or Kaylee's fingernails? There's several types. There's several different DNAs under um the fingernails. Well, if she was at a bar, she hugged people. She hugged somebody at the grub truck. Um,
Mhm.
you know, if you hug somebody, you're gonna get their DNA under their fingernail, your fingernails. It's just, skin flex. I mean, you flake skin off. You're gonna get DNA from you're gonna get DNA from hugging somebody. I'm sorry, it's just gonna happen. Um, so
Well, right now, think of all the DNA that you're shedding on your phone or your laptop or your desk. I'm sitting at a desk and I'm thinking about that. Like, even if I'm not touching anything, my DNA is still being flaked off my body. And I think that's
right,
what people don't understand is you don't have to touch something in order for your DNA to the dead skin cell to be floating in the air. I mean, it's just a natural phenomenon.
right, exactly. And Mom, I'm glad you started that comment. I saw you start it.
Hey, you guys want to know what the length of this 911 call is based on the stamps that they say? So at the front of the thing it says 11:55 a.m. and 42 seconds.
Uh
And then
huh.
at the end it says 11:59 and 49 seconds. So that's a total of 4 minutes and 7 seconds. But looking at my YouTube video, I'm seeing 4 minutes and about 14 seconds. So if they had cut anything, it would be shorter than 4 minutes and 7. So it's actually looking at it, it's kind of like it's 7 seconds longer than I would have expected. But
Okay, so they did.
maybe they when they turned off the sound for when they were given the phone number, they redacted it, but it added a little time in it. But it doesn't seem like it's anything's been cut out of any. Like
Okay,
I
I
said,
was
it
I was
looks like
just
it's longer than it should be.
okay. I was just curious if they had, or I was just curious if
No,
they
I'm
had
glad you
added.
said that because I hadn't even didn't even think to do that
Well,
just to
the
see. I just
the
wondered
reason
myself.
the reason I asked Jeff is because there's so many people that go, well, they didn't mention any blood in the 911 call. They didn't mention this in the 911 call. Well, first of all, they're 20-year-old scared college kids. Let's start with that one.
Hmm.
All of them are. They're passing the phone around. Even you hear the 911 operator go, "I need you to stop passing the phone around." But they don't, as a collective group, they don't know what to do. You can tell. You can hear the fear in their voice. You can hear the terror in all of their voices. You can
But I do
literally
feel like
hear it.
one of them would have mentioned blood if they saw it. That's why I really don't think they saw
That's,
it.
I think
Either
they
way,
would
either
have
it's
too.
covered by blanket, or they can't. They're not in the bedroom. They're not in the bed through the past the bedroom door. They can't.
And I don't
So they can't see
think
it.
I don't believe they went upstairs.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And the way that I look at the upstairs situation, nobody expects one person dead in the house. So they probably didn't expect two. They didn't expect Ethan, to learn that. And if they did, the moment they learned there was two dead in the house, who's thinking there's more? Any more than everybody's standing around thinking, we better get everybody out of that second World Trade Center. There's probably a second plane coming. No, nobody is thinking that at all. They're thinking this first part of the awful thing that's happened is bad enough. Nobody's thinking there's more.
Right.
And I can't even imagine how they felt when they learned that there's, Kaylee and Maddie upstairs.
But when Kaylee and Maddie didn't come down,
Yeah.
they knew. When
Yeah,
Kaylee
when
and
Hunter,
Maddie, when
yeah, when
Kaylee and
Hunter
Maddie,
yelled like that, you don't think they would have ran downstairs?
when Kaylee and Maddie didn't come down, and Hunter's yelling, "Get out!" You know they knew. They knew that. They knew. The rest of them knew that, because Kaylee and Maddie didn't come down. Because Kaylee and Maddie, if they had not been deceased,
But do they know
would
that they
have
didn't
heard.
get up early and leave, went to breakfast? I mean, they,
Well,
they don't really,
their cars were still there.
or they could walk over to Jack's, or
Well, yeah, that's true, but
I don't know. I mean, it's possible they learned of it, or they figured it out, or I'm sure at some point they said, well, we got to where's Kaylee and Maddie? Has anybody called Kaylee and Maddie? Why are they not here? Where are they?
we'll see. They knew that Kaylee and Matt. I mean, Dylan already knew that Kaylee and she had tried to text Kaylee or Maddie through the night, and they weren't
Right.
answering. So
So in that video, or so in that 911 call, has anybody clarified if she did say, "Oh, Kaylee," or
I think the spot where people are hearing what sounds like that, I think what I'm hearing, it's a whisper, so it's really hard to tell.
right?
But I thought I heard her whisper something like, "I want you right here," which was, if that's what she's saying, I think it's like, don't leave me. Stay with me right here. Because maybe, I don't know if that was Dylan talking to Bethany, and Bethany was maybe going to go
Well, she was
away from her.
crying. Yeah, she was crying also. So there was a lot of emotion in that.
Yeah. Or no, I know what it was. Because I was like, how does that sound to anybody like Kaylee? I think she says, "I want you here with me. I want you here with me." Yeah. Well, you guys keep talking. I'll see if I can find the time.
Well, I thought the whole 911 call, when it finally came out, I was like, okay, now I can see why they didn't want to release this right off the bat. I mean,
I
I
don't
could go ahead.
I don't think they should have released it 12 gauge,
Yeah.
because
I don't think they should have either, because when it first came out, we had 12 or 16 seconds of the call. It was a really short clip of the call.
Right.
And then you had, the tinfoil hat community that all started going live, like pop-ups. Oh, let's all go live and talk about it. It's fake. It's fake.
Yeah.
Never took the time to do the research to find where it came from, who got it, how they got it. Just immediately, it's fake. Credible creators put it out first. And if people would have took the time to look it up and where it came from, there's credible media that explained where it came from. But then the whole 911 call comes out,
Yeah.
and then it's like, oh, well, now here's the rest of it. So we all look like a bunch of idiots because we sat there and said, oh, it's fake, it's fake, it's fake, it's AI, it's not real, not real.
Yeah.
They bitch and complain about the information doesn't get brought out, and then it gets brought out and it's not good enough, or it's let's rip it to pieces,
right.
or new documents
Or shoot the messenger because it happens to be Daniel and Gray, right?
Well, let's shoot the
Exactly.
messenger, and now that we have it, let's rip let's rip everybody else apart too. I'm sorry, but let's rip everybody else apart. Don't like it? Yeah, I said it. So if you don't like it, I don't care.
Yeah.
It's the truth. Let's rip everybody else apart because yeah.
And
Right,
also
accusing them and reading a script and
those people that say, I'm on the fence, I'm on the fence. I'm not saying Brian's innocent or not saying he's guilty, but yet your whole channel has people that believe he's innocent, and they attack the families, and they attack the victims, they attack the survivors. I've even heard somebody say on a panel, the surviving roommates are not victims in my eyes. How the hell do and this person has a daughter. So I don't understand how that person could, with any conscience, say that. That's what I don't get. It's whenever
Well,
these individuals have children, but yet they're ripping apart other people's children who went through a traumatic experience, and they're
and I
okay.
and I completely agree with that. 12 gauge. I'm a mother, and I've heard people go, well, you know, if my daughter had gotten murdered, blah blah blah, I would look at da da da. I'm the mother of a son, so it doesn't matter whether it's a daughter or a son. I have a son, so it wouldn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's and I'm not saying that to be. Hold on, I don't mean that ugly, because it matters. But you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean. It I, I don't want that to be taken out of context. It matters that
right.
the manner that they died and that they were viciously killed. But to a mother, it's a child. To a father, it's a child. It doesn't matter the sex of the child. It doesn't matter male, female. It's still
Mm-hmm.
their child. And Ethan's family. He was a son. He was a brother. He was a friend. He was all of these things. So you know, and I think um, and you can't say that you can't sit here and say that Bethany and Dylan are not victims because they are. You don't know the kind of trauma that they suffer on a day-to-day basis. That's just like, and I have seen the video, somebody posted a video of Dylan a year later out with friends, and
Mm-hmm.
I've seen the video. So what? So what if she went out a year later with her friends? You know what? She has to try to somehow m- move beyond the trauma that happened to her. She has to try because the girl's going to need therapy for the rest of her life. So is Bethany. So are all of the families. They're going to need therapy for the rest of their lives. But she has to try somehow to move along for the rest. That she's still alive, so her and Bethany are still alive, so they still have to live. They have to try to move on.
And
They
you know
have to
the
try to move on. They
I
can't stay
agree.
in that place. They can't stay there.
Right. Life goes on. You gotta keep moving.
And you know the thing about trauma, and I've spoken about this on my channel as well. Um, your brain does not know whether this happened just now. Every time you tell that traumatic event, let's say you have a blowout and you almost wreck and you almost took the car, you instantly call somebody. You're retelling the story. So every time you retell that story, your brain is reacting, releasing all these endorphins, all this dopamine, all this stuff in your body. And your body does not know that you're not experiencing that again. And then you get to work and you tell them, it's reacting. You're telling the same story. So every time that you tell that story, even by the time you get home that night and you tell your husband, the kids, whatever, you're still reacting the same way. So these two victims are going to have to go through that same scenario when trial starts. And that is I mean, imagine all the therapy or whatever they've gotten. It's all going to be coming rushing back to them, and it's going to take them to a dark place. You know,
Right.
we're talking about the blood. I'm going to bring Bundy into this. Bundy had an individual that lived through him killing a person in the sorority house.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he did.
And that woman went over and opened that door, and she said she saw what looked like vomit on the floor next to the victim. She couldn't process, what she was seeing. She just heard her friend gasping for air and all this. So she called 911. It wasn't until the ambulance people and everything that she went back in there that she saw the blood spatter all over the walls, all over her friend, everywhere. So her mind was able to shut down enough for her to focus on the emergency at hand rather than focusing on, oh, is there blood? There's stab wound? There's this? There's that? No, it doesn't happen that way. I'll hush now.
Are they going to put Dylan? Are they going to put Dylan and Bethany on the stand for this trial?
I believe they are because maybe not Bethany so much, but I believe Dylan will be up there for the eyewitness unless they get that thrown out, which I doubt. But they have enough on him right now that put the state of mind. The Amazon clicks, him ordering a replacement, so to speak.
And him
all
ordering
that.
him ordering the K-bar knife to begin with.
Yes. Yeah. So it's a state of mind. It's like that's a process that legal people use to present that this person acted out in all these ways before the crime, and this was their state of mind. It shows, and in one of the documents, it even talks about in the footnote about, having a witness that witnessed him with the K-bar knife, the sharpener, and a sheath.
What is excited utterances? Are the little comments or the little pieces of the text messages between Dylan and Bethany, wasn't that associated or connected with excited utterances? Tell me, this is where I was thinking with my understanding of what they were doing, is that they could only admit for use in the trial excited utterances. So they went through and picked out, the statements from each of them that were excited utterances. Everything else would be hearsay or could be prejudicial towards Brian. So these are just excited utterances, which makes sense that they wouldn't make sense flowing because they're just, it's like if 12 Gage and I were talking about a movie or something and I said, wow, what about that scene? Okay, that right there, that would be an excited utterance, I guess. But all the others would be cut out. Is that making sense? I don't know if I'm even understanding excited utterances correctly. Is this mic on?
Yeah, you're here. You're here too. 12 Gage.
Well, I wasn't sure if he was asking me or one of y'all. I mean,
whoever knows, I don't know.
I assume, and this is just an assumption, when I read the document, that excited utterance would mean that is far from the casual statement. Like when we hear the 911 call, the excited utterances were her saying, we can't, our roommate's not waking up. There was an emotional attachment to those words. It wasn't just said in utterance, it wasn't just our roommate's not waking up. There was she actually put some emotional attachment to those words. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Total.
Yeah. So I mean, they're trying to say, well, there's a difference between that and just them just generally talking. Even with the text messages with Bethany, you can still tell that they're excited. There's emotional attachment to her saying, I'm really creeped out right now. I know, me too. So even though there's not exclamation points or anything like that, logically you can tell that when somebody's freaked out, they're not going to be calm, right?
Right, right.
Yeah, so that's my impression of that. I don't know if that's correct or not, but that's what I get from that document.
I really just hope it doesn't take too long to get an understanding of what the girls were thinking around 4 a.m. I mean, I'd love for one of them to come out and say, well, we always had this thing we do on weekends. And like, if you're like going about your business and you're trying to get in touch with everybody in the house and nobody is responding to you, you've been chosen as the target for the next prank. It's like, oh crap. I could even see Dylan saying, I believe she meant to say I'm scared, but you could also interpret the letter she chose as screwed. And
It's
again,
already.
if it's just a prank, it's like, oh, I'm screwed. I think I've been chosen. Bethany, I'm
Yeah,
scared. Can I come down? Can I come down there and be with you? At least I won't be alone whenever they're going to do whatever they're going to do. They're going to try and
and un,
scare us.
and unfortunately, it's already been chosen. And unfortunately, and I use my quote. Unfortunately, people have already ran with screwed. So they have, as you know, they have Jeff, and they
Right.
have. They're trying to implicate Dylan somehow in this because the word screwed was used. Well, I'm sorry, autocorrect is my best friend often. And I type in full sentences, and I know college kids do not because they use, you know, whatever, because I type in full sentences. When mom and I text, when Doodle and I text, we text to each other in full sentences. We don't, we don't use the little other than laugh out loud or something like LOL or something like that, but we type in full
Right.
sentences. But it could have very well been that. And because you don't know how many times my phone says ducks, and I never mean ducks. But, you
That's
know,
you.
but that's right, 12 gauge. But the whole thing is that they have ran with screwed instead of scared, and you don't know. They don't know that she didn't mean scared.
Right.
And my heart breaks for the families. My heart breaks for the victims, for what they went through that night. My heart breaks for Dylan. My heart breaks for Bethany. My heart breaks for all of them. And um, I think that it's just you can't shame two 20-year-old college girls for what they didn't do when we're in our 40s, 50s and 60s going, "Oh, this is what they should have done." Because I can't tell you what my 20-year-old I can't tell you what my 60-year-old brain would do if I was in the same situation right
Right.
now. I
Right.
cannot. I cannot. So, um
Well, let me give you another picture to that, Kimber. Didn't those police
and say,
kind of
"Oh,
come? Didn't those police
I'm sorry."
Didn't those police come by there? We saw that in the body cam. They kept coming by there, and they were threatening the kids. Well, if we come by here again, we're going to give you this much, whatever. So even though it wouldn't have been a noise complaint, they still would have been called over. So they've already been kind of harassed by the police a little bit. I'm not saying anything bad about the police, but if you're young like that, you don't want the police to come by for
Right,
any
right. And,
for
and
anything.
another, exactly, 12 gauge. And another scenario, they're young, they're 20, they're underage drinking. So if they think it's a prank, like, and I'm not totally against the prank theory, Jeff, because it was college, it was college. and people were in and out of that house all the time, so on and so forth. But the they were underage drinking, um, so and it was a known party house. So why wouldn't you think that somebody could play a prank? Why is that? Why is that so far fetched? Why is that so far fetched? Why is it so far fetched?
Right. It's just a theory that I was sharing today, and I think I'd started sharing it, a few days ago. I think it hasn't been around long, but it's something that came to my mind, and you know, I don't know. I guess when you're a guilter, you're you're labeled, and But I like what you were saying, 12. I think the police, they probably did think that they were like, they hit their limit with how many times the police could be called and come over there. That if they come over there one more time, they're probably going to get tickets. They're probably going to all have to figure out how to pay. Remember the officer said, I'm going to have to write you a $500 ticket,
Yeah.
if we have to come back. And I'm sure they're thinking like, damn, if I got to pay my portion of $500, like, so I'm sure there wasn't a quickness to want to call 911 and have police come over there. And again, do you call? I've always looked at it this way. Sounds like somebody's playing with the dog upstairs above me. Do I call 911 about that? No. Okay, check.
Well,
Sounds like there's some crying across the hall, and a male voice says, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Sounds like a relationship issue over there. I don't need to get myself in the middle of. Sounds like it's taken care of. Check. I don't need to call 911 for that. A weird guy walks through the house, and it sure looks like went out the back door or out the kitchen door. I'm sure he's gone, I think. Do I need to call 911 about that?
well,
I think a lot of these people out there on YouTube are taking what they know after the 911 call and applying it to as if they have this knowledge at 4 a.m. And I really don't think they do. And if they did and they didn't do anything, okay, that's pretty bad. But I really don't think. And the thing is, if they did do that, didn't do anything at 4 a.m., knew something bad was happening, knew somebody's probably dead, and then they're going to do an Oscar-winning acting performance the next morning as they're calling 911. It's like I don't remember hearing any of them are in acting school and have been in movies, and so it just that doesn't add up.
well, let's just say this too. Say if the cops, if Ellie had been there several times, and say they said, "Oh, if we come back, we're going to have to contact your parents because they are college students. They are, some of them are underage drinking.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh gosh, if they contact mom and dad, we're in big trouble. Blah, blah blah. So that could be another thing too. I mean, that's my opinion. I wouldn't want somebody calling my parents when I was underage drinking.
No.
Right, and if they're doing something they shouldn't be doing, I mean, I can see like it's the drinking, it's whatever thing like, but I can't see them being like, well, we're in on it. They said they'd pay me $1,000 if I left the sliding glass door open so the killer could come in. Then, I don't see things. Not that anybody said that theory, but I just don't see them involved in. And again, if the guy with the bushy eyebrows can be given some grace and said innocent until proven guilty, why can't they apply that to these two surviving roommates? Why is it just open season on saying all kinds of things about them, whether that they're romantically involved and decided to do something awful or whatever? I mean, heard all kinds of things. They're lying, they clearly cleaned up the place. They're in on it. Just
well, okay, if there was, and I'm just going to put this out there, if there was that much blood, there's no way they could have cleaned it up in 8 hours. I'm sorry, they could not have.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and not without them being able to tell that that's what they did,
Right, exactly. And I think that what these people are putting on these roommates for everyone in the bushes is just a bunch of horse shit. So stop it. Just stop it.
But I mean, is it that they really really believe that Brian is autistic and he's a harmless, creature that's got some troubling things going on in his brain, and they've for some evil reason they're picking on this poor guy that wouldn't harm a fly, and he's just a little awkward, and but at the same time he ends up, how does he end up in all these, his car's there, his phone's off at an opportune time, his DNA is on the knife sheath, and he bought a knife of the same kind of the sheath. It's like, okay, at what point does the list of coincidences make you say, I mean, I saw one YouTuber, it said, I always said if they could prove that he bought the K-bar, then that's it for me. And okay, so there's one person defined their limit,
Hey, Avery.
Hey, I'm not gonna stay up here long, but I wanted to ask you guys, did you hear the interview that Steve did 5 days ago on NBC, where the lady asked Steve if he is completely confident that it's Brian Koberger, and his response is yes, 100%, and he says that surveillance footage is going to show us who pulls in and who goes into the house and who comes out of the house, and that we will see him for ourselves. Did you guys see that?
I didn't
did.
see
I
that,
did hear
but
that.
I heard that at the very beginning.
Well, I sent that to you, Mom, on Twitter.
Yeah, here's the quote. I had texted it to myself because I know it's the quickest way to find things I remember. There's surveillance all around there. You're going to clearly see who was coming into the place and exactly when they were leaving and what that vehicle looked like when it took that corner. And when he said that about the taking the corner, that led me to believe that, okay, we've seen some still pictures, poorly chosen still pictures from the light bulb camera. But if he saw it take the corner, I have a feeling those pictures, all the pictures in a moving video, just analyze them all. I think they're gonna tell a story, and they're gonna make you look at it and say, "Oh boy!" If I had any doubts, that was an Elantra, because I don't have any doubts that's an Elantra. And just I only really look at the one still picture that they just released in the documents, because the second one is where I guess it looks like it's leaving, and I think the only purpose of that one was just to show that it had a center rear window lower brake light. That's all the purpose of that one was. It doesn't really tell too much more. But the one that they showed where it's entering the neighborhood, I see three things. I see the shark fin antenna on the back. I see the side window shape that matches an Elantra, and I see the side molding shape of the along the side of the car that it's says Elantra. So I see three things in that.
Don't you think it? And I love that you have that. You have it, that the exact quote, because I was paraphrasing. But considering that was his response to her asking, do you believe 100% that it's Brian Koberger, and that was his response, that makes me think that there's going to be like another surprise moment in trial on video.
Well, Avery, hi. Nice to see you on panel. I've never heard your voice or seen you. Nice to see you up here.
Hi. Nice to see you.
I had a theory probably about a year ago, and I even did a video on it on my page, where I had seen an interview with one of the reporters, and there's those apartments in the 700 block across from the King Road house. And they were diagramming that there was a Ring camera across the street.
Yes.
And that Ring camera captured so much surveillance from the side view where you could see the car coming in front. And they were talking to the gentleman who lived at that apartment at that point. And I got ridiculed for that. I got made fun of. People still make fun of it.
I said I was sorry, 12. Come on.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
But I got my videos shown and made ridiculed about it. But you know, when you see something and you see it with your own eye, just because it's no longer on the internet, doesn't mean that you're making stuff up. I stand behind my statement much more than the individual who sees shadows and reflections on the vehicles. I mean, how logical does that sound? You know, I'm not trying to be
Mhm.
facetious, but I have a question for you ladies, okay?
Okay.
When, no, Jeff, this isn't you.
Okay. Oh yeah, I had my woman voice ready. Okay. Okay, 12, go ahead.
I have a question for you ladies. Um, I don't know how often y'all go to other creators' chats or you listen to other creators, but how do you feel when you're on the sidelines or you're in there chatting and there's so many people that instantly start either attacking you or attacking your statements? How do y'all feel about that?
Hmm.
Myself personally, it's very frustrating and it's very disheartening. And I don't go to very many channels, so especially when it's a channel that I've been really a loyal viewer of, and it's really disheartening. I'm not going to say it hurts my feelings because it doesn't. Everybody, you're entitled to be your own, and I'm entitled to be my own. But it's
Right.
extremely frustrating. It's frustrating when people say, "Oh, I respect you. I respect your opinion. And then you're attacked in a chat, or you go on a
So,
panel and you feel like you're just completely being disregarded, or spoken over so much that you get frustrated and you start making missing flyers because what the hell am I sitting up here for? I'll just sit up here and look pretty because I can't get a word in edgewise. So it's very
Right.
rude and it's very disheartening, and that's my
it
opinion.
is he? Are you talking like specifically like statements about the case that they're talking about the topic?
Yes, like let's say that
Okay.
you're listening and you've heard, well, we're going to be open, we're going to be objective. We take all comments or we take all angles, and but yet none of the stuff that is presented on the other side is ever respected. It's all
Hmm.
one side, and the creator seems to just add to their fire. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I could see that, but no, no, I'm going to go this way.
Yeah,
So
they do
oh,
that a
I'm
lot.
sorry.
They do that a lot, 12 gauge. Oh, I could see that, but no, this is the way it really is because this is my opinion and this is the way it's going to be.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's
That happens a lot.
the creators who are like tunnel visioned and on just their opinion being correct, which I've been seeing it so much with Sebastian Rogers. I don't even go in those chats anymore because if I were to say, I need to see evidence before I could point fingers at anybody, then I'm going to get all kinds of comments. It doesn't it doesn't hurt my feelings. I just leave and I just think to myself, well, if you guys are wrong, how are you going to possibly apologize to these,
Hmm.
parents? And that's just kind of how I think of it now.
But
You
they
know,
won't apologize.
I
They
went,
won't
I used,
apologize.
yeah, I
No,
used to
they'll
Mhm.
go.
never apologize. They
No,
will never
see,
apologize. They will
they
die
don't.
on that hill. They will die on that hill,
Yeah,
Avery, and they will stand 10. They will die on that hill. They will
you're
die on that
right.
hill.
The damage that they're doing, it can never be taken back. It can
And
never be taken back.
they will die on this Coburger Hill, and they will never take back what they are doing
Hmm.
to. They will die on this hill, and they will never take back what they are doing to Dylan and Bethany.
It's terrible. I think it's
You
I'm
know,
terrible.
just gonna. They will not take back what they are doing to Dylan and Bethany either. I'm
there's
saying
this
that for the
channel.
people in the bushes because there's spiders and fleas and crabs in there, so y'all go and hang out in them trees.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's this creator that used to get on daily, and I'd comment in his chat. You should watch your own daughter who's on the camera wanting your attention, and you're just shooing her away. And he used to go relentless on the Goncalves family, and calling them grifters and why should they be asking for GoFundMe's and all this other stuff. Well, this individual came out and said that a family member that was very close to him or his brother's child was murdered. Okay, that he died. Everybody
Hit by
started.
a car, I think, right, or a bus or
Yeah,
something,
got
or
hit by a
truck.
car.
Yeah.
And everybody in that crew was, putting that on the community tabs and asking for condolences and even asking for money, I think, for the individual to be buried. I'm not certain on that, and then come to find out, this individual gets on camera and says, I lied. I was protecting my family member. My family asked me to do that. But he wanted people to just say, "Oh, it's okay, it's okay." And the people that run with him in that little clique, they still are doing the same thing they were doing even before that individual came up. They supported him 150%. So if somebody supports an individual like that, I don't know how y'all roll, but like I told this individual, I talked to him and I said, look, it doesn't matter what you say. I'm never going to accept your apology on this because you lied about a child being deceased. You had people believing that this child was deceased and how bad it was hurting you. And then to come back and say you lied about it, that will your credibility is shot.
Gone.
There's nothing you could ever say that's going to repair that.
See, I really think that content creators have this huge opportunity to completely take over the news, to squash these big, news, Fox, all the ones that, cover like crime and stuff. And they have this big opportunity, but I feel like so many of them are ruining it because of exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's
Do y'all believe that it's okay to lie?
You got this opportunity right here in front of you, and if everybody could just be more factual, then it could be the new news, completely the new news. But with all the finger pointing and accusing going on, it's never going to be.
Yeah, exactly. Do y'all think it's okay to get on these panels and air your personal business and ask for money and ask for donations and this and that and the other?
Absolutely not.
No, absolutely not.
While
Let me
you
tell
put
you,
hashtags,
2 years ago, my fiance was in a tragic car accident. Like it is documented on my channel. I was on the phone with him. He was an active heroin addict. He relapsed. He was supposed to be in recovery. He relapsed, was working in another town, so I wasn't able to do what I do, which is not only be a fiance, a mom, all the things. I was also his sponsor. And
Mm-hmm.
he hit a parked car doing over 100 miles an hour on I-4. I had to take a month and a half off work. If you ever have used FMLA, it's not paid time for the company that I
Right.
worked for.
Right.
Not paid time. And I never once asked for anybody's help. I never once came out and asked for help. I was literally the only one. I'm still the only one working. It's been a 2-year fight to get his disability. And I lost my job in December, and it's hell down here trying to find a job, work from home, because I have now a 100% disabled fiance that I take care of.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to have something work from home so I'm able to take care of him. But not one time will you ever go back to any of those videos where I documented his entire recovery, was in a coma, went through 7 surgeries, and is now literally the bionic man. He is the $1 million man. I can show hospital bills from it.
Yeah.
Pieced back together. Took 6 months to learn how to walk again, to be able to use his legs. And people talk about trauma. I was on the phone. I listened to the wreck happen. I listened to it happen. I listened to the paramedics pull up. I listened to the Good Samaritans that came before the paramedics. I listened to the paramedics pull up and talk about he was DOA, and he was. And I listened to them get him back. And not one time did I
I'm
get on
so
this
sorry to
panel.
hear that.
Me too.
I did not one time get on this panel and say, I need help. No, instead of what I did was I took that energy and I put it into interviewing families of missing people while I was sitting in a hospital room because he was out of it. He was so heavily medicated that he was asleep most of the time, but I had to be there with him because incompetent hospitals here in Florida, which is a whole different story. But not one time did I scroll a Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, whatever the hell the rest of it is. Not one single time.
Right.
Wow.
I aired the fact of what I was going through, and then I kept pushing and doing what I do for my families and making missing flyers and sleeping 2 or 3 hours at a time and driving 45 minutes from Orlando to Daytona where he was in the hospital at and documenting the whole thing.
Mom is an unstoppable force. She
Yeah.
does the damn thing, and she takes care of her fiance. And
Wow.
yes, he is.
That just
He
goes
is
to show you never know what other people are dealing with.
nope, and he
That's
is the
true.
bionic man. He is my. I call him my other husband because my husband is her other husband. So it's kind of funny that we do that. So yeah, but he's. I love both of them to death. But yes, mom is amazing. We have an amazing team, and
When I see MOM, the acronym for Mind of Monsters, it makes me think. You ever notice on the Wendy's logo, the collar around her neck? If you look at it closely, it looks like MOM, which I think is kind of subliminal but intentional. That
I never
the word
noticed
mom
that.
yeah, next time you go to Wendy's, look at the little logo of the girl from for Wendy's. Look at the collar. It's like you see 3 lines that are, I think they're like kind of a light blue, and that makes the M, and then there's a little, I don't know, it's a little bow tie or something that makes the O.
I'm going to have to look. I always feel weird calling her mom because it's like,
Been a
because
mom
it's
most
like,
of my life, Avery.
I know, but I think I'm older than you.
I
And
call
calling
her
her Mind of
mom.
Monster isn't any easier, is it?
I call her mom on the phone when we're talking. It's just sometimes I use her government name, but I've gotten so when we're on the phone talking, I call her mom because that's just what I'm
Yeah,
used to. So I call her mom. I called
becomes
her
a
this.
habit.
I took a nap and I called her this afternoon because good night, baby. I had a text on my. I love you. I had a text on my phone that said, "I'm going to send out do I need to make a missing flyer?" And I'm like, "Oh crap!" So I called her and she goes, "I was fixing to make a missing flyer because I've been quiet today." So yeah, I called her and she's like, "I was fixing to make a missing flyer." So yeah, but um, yeah, but I call her mom on the phone too. And I trust me, I'm older than her. I'll be 60 this year. So yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. You said that the other day 'cause when you
Yep.
had your camera on, and I was like, "There's no way you're almost
Yep.
16."
Yep. I'll be 60 in August.
60 is young. Of course, I'm like 58, so I can say that.
So some days it feels young, Jeff. Some days it feels really old.
Yeah.
My girlfriend just told me I'm banned from going on camera.
Oh,
Even on my channel, she said you're banned from going on camera. I can't trust you in the camera
because you had your
Yeah.
shirt. In other
Well,
news, 12 Gauge started an OnlyFans channel.
right.
Another news.
You know, it's interesting how we do go by our monikers. Like I've introduced myself in real life as 12 Gauge. And I was like, no, that's not my name. They're like, 12 Gauge? Your mom named you that? No, she didn't name me that. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Wouldn't that be something if your mom had really named you that? I've heard some weird names in Alabama, so nothing would shock me.
Oh, you're in Alabama, Avery?
Yeah.
I'm in Tennessee.
Okay.
My
You're
son
not
came.
too far.
My son came in tonight, and he come in here tonight. I was on the phone with mom, and he goes, your YouTube channel needs some work, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And he goes, it says join me tonight, and he goes, it doesn't, mom, it doesn't even say where. And I'm like, why don't you hit that see more button and it will tell you? And he goes, oh, it says at Doodlebug Fart. It says, there you go. And I said, you need to go subscribe to Doodlebug, at Mind of Monsters, and Arctic. So my son should be subscribed to you guys. But he goes, it doesn't
That's
say
too funny.
where. He's 33. And I'm like, can you not figure this out?
That's too funny.
So you said you were from Alabama?
I'll be in Alabama this summer. We go to Foley every year around the panhandle there.
Yeah.
So I'll be in Foley this summer again with the kids, and we love it down there.
We're
So
here.
Speaking of,
I'm not from Alabama. I've been here long enough. I'm picking up an accent for sure, but I don't really like Alabama too much. Well, I kind of do, but I kind of don't.
now, do you like this?
Turn it up.
Leonard Skinner.
Me and Christy like that.
So I actually went to a Leonard Skinner
We
concert.
got a bonus panel. We
Yeah.
got Jeff and his music. You only
I
get that
know it.
exclusively at Mom's tonight.
Yeah,
I think
we're on the front
Actually-
porch with Jeff.
Yeah,
I
don't even have a tip jar. Where's my tip jar?
I think we're heading back to Panama City this year for vacation in August with my brother. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, I like
needed-
that. I like that
So
place
much
too.
needed rest and relaxation. I hope it's as beautiful as it was this year. Last year as it was. I hope it's as beautiful this year as it was last year. I'll spit it out in a minute.
Yeah, I actually went to a Leonard Skinner concert when I think I was 21, and it was in Arizona, and I got to throw my panties up on the stage to them.
Oh Lord, that's a whole other live.
And my mom was with me, and my ex-husband was with me, and my mom was just looking at me like, I cannot believe you just did that.
As many times as I've played that song, that's never happened to me. I've never been hit by any panties.
No, Tony.
Well, let's try tonight. Man. I forgot it.
Hey, let's hear some Georgia satellites.
Oh, you sing it, 12.
Oh no.
Got a little change in my pocket.
I got some change in my pocket going. I can't sing and play that at the same time.
Don't call you on the
Put down
telephone.
telephone.
Sing it, Jeff.
Just the same old thing. No lies and keep your hands to yourself.
You're pretty good.
Thank
He's
you.
very
Thank
good.
you.
He's very good.
What
I'll
are you
let-
playing?
Acoustic. Is that acoustic, Jeff?
It's just an acoustic, yeah.
I
I've got
love
this
acoustic.
setup that I'm using right now is the same setup I use for. I have an 11-year-old guitar student that I teach over StreamYard, so that's why it's kind of all still set up. And the guitar was just the guitar is generally always within arm's reach at my desk. I figure that's the only way to guarantee I'm going to at least play some every day. Because if you put it in a guitar case,
What brand is your guitar?
actually, this isn't even mine. It's from the guitar player from my old band. But it's a Fender. I wish it was a Martin. You can hear the You can hear the difference.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we got a request for She Talks to Angels. Come on, Jeff.
Oh, I love that song.
Which one?
She Talks to Angels.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Mentions word addiction in certain company. She tells you she's an orphan after you meet her family. So I do short versions.
Lord Doodle
about,
Doodle done taking her bloomers in her bra. Look out.
Tony's are swinging.
Andy wants to know if you need a wife, Jeff.
No, I have one. I have one.
Sorry, Dandy.
If she knew I was on here and not instead of doing the work I'm supposed to be doing. 12 Gage will tell you, believe me, I've got one ear on the headphones listening to you guys, the other ear on the steps coming from upstairs. Whenever I have people to play in front of, I always draw a blank of like the songs I know.
Sorry, I tried to mute before I coughed, but it didn't.
Oh, this is one. Let's see. You guys know that one? The Beatles?
I didn't.
Which one is that, Jeff?
Blackbird singing in the dead of night.
Oh, I like that one.
Take these broken wings and learn to fly all your life. You're only waiting for this moment to arrive. Then it's got another little part to go. See. No. Oops.
Did you
That's a
teach
song.
yourself? Did you teach yourself, Jeff, or did you take guitar lessons?
Yeah, you know, I played in high school, taught myself, was pretty much just self-taught by ear, and then it wasn't all the way until my 50s, early mid-50s, that I finally decided I should take a lesson, and I'm glad I did because it taught me how to speak the language of, you know, music theory. I understood things, you know, how music actually works. Up until then, it was just kind of like playing, and a lot of guitar players do that. They you know, because you can get by just knowing a little bit, playing enough to get by, but then when, you know, you get in certain situations, there are certain songs that can stump you, and you don't know why the notes you're playing sound wrong. So it's kind of nice to kind of have that understanding. So now, I mean, I can walk into just about anywhere, as long as it's not some really bizarre jazz. But most songs, if they're strumming along, you know, if they're strumming in A minor, you know, that's all I need to know. Just that information, A minor, and you know, and then I'm, you know, playing along with them.
I love jazz.
I know some jazzy sounding chords. So, but yeah, I've been thinking about doing, the thing I do with StreamYard with my guitar student is working really well. We've been doing it for months now. And I'm trying to figure out how to do something maybe on YouTube, guitar related, maybe some short guitar videos to teach some concepts. And who knows, maybe it could end up in guitar students. I'd like the idea to think that if there's somebody out there right now that isn't playing guitar that could be. I know it's like, I can't imagine my whole life all the way back to high school not playing guitar. I mean, it's like one of the most important things of living.
Jeff, can you play Blues Man?
Which one? Who's Blues Man by who?
Hank Williams.
No.
Who?
Hank Williams.
Hank's. No. Oh. No. What do I do know, this is Willie Nelson. It goes up. I always mess that up.
I like that's fine.
That's Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain.
Blue eyes crying in the rain.
Blue eyes crying in the rain. There it is. I skipped the G. So blue eyes crying in the rain. Boom.
I love it.
Headphones off.
Well, Mom, Kimber, Avery, Jeff, I'm going to have to get off here. Getting some text.
Yeah, I'm going down too.
Thank you so
Thank you
much
so much for
the
coming up,
chat.
12 Gage.
You all need some
Thank you.
Elvis Presley sounding exit music, though. Here's
There you go. Go ahead.
12's exit music. Thank you, everybody.
Y'all have a good night. Thank you.
Well,
so
And
much.
for the final bow.
Well, Gage, it was a pleasure as always, sir.
I'm going down.
Guys,
too,
we've been periodically dropping 12 Gage's link. Please go sub up to 12. He does some amazing lives. He does true crime. He is an amazing person, amazing creator, and he also does addiction and awareness lives as well. Make sure you guys are subbed up. And Jeff as well. We've been periodically dropping Jeff's link in the chat. It'll also be in the description. He's done some amazing
you.
research, deep dives. He does all the things. And how can you not sub up to a channel with such talented guitar? Then pick your fingers. Done got all the women drop their panties in the chat tonight.
Down in the chat, guys.
That was on my bucket list.
Bye.
Well, you're welcome.
I'm gonna jump down.
Anytime. You're welcome over here
Thank you,
anytime.
Mom.
Please know that my front porch is your front porch. Please come up and hang out or hang out in the chat anytime. You are more than welcome to be here, sir.
Awesome. You got rockers. You got rocking chairs on that porch and some tea.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We got
Awesome.
swing. We got rocking chairs, sweet tea, the whole nine
Wine.
yards.
Oh man,
Of course,
sounds like
I'm
my
sipping-
aunt's house. I love it.
I'm sipping on the wine, so yeah.
That'll work.
Arctic
That'll
Freeze
work.
gummies. You know, it's
Is it out of a box
No, I never drink wine.
with
By
a
the-
straw?
Just for record, I do not drink wine out of a box. It's out of a bottle with an actual cork. So yeah.
Gotcha.
No, I don't- yeah. No,
No,
I'm not
no
much on
twist
the
off
box
plastic.
wine. No, I'm not much on the box wine.
There you go. There you go. All right. Well, be careful. Don't let that cork hit you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for
All right.
joining
Good
us,
night,
Jeff.
everybody. Thanks for having me up, Mom. This was
Yeah, thank
great.
you
I'm
so
glad.
much.
I almost
It
said
was a
no to
pleasure.
this because I had work to do, but I'm glad I didn't.
But
Well, we're
Jeff,
honored
Procrastination is my
that
thing.
you've hidden from the wife and stopped your work for us.
and Jeff, I did bookmark that, and I will have my husband listen to it, and I will get back with you on that. Okay?
Yeah, let me know. Let me know what
I will. I
what
will
he thinks.
definitely know.
That'd be awesome.
I will definitely know.
All righty. All right. Thanks, guys. You take care. Have a good night.
Jeff, it was an honor.
You too. Thank you so much.
Same here. Same here.
All right. Hello, Miss JC. Thank you so much for coming in tonight. Guys, I think that was an amazing guest panel. I'll make
JC.
sure to go back and tag both of them in the description of the video. Their links have been dropped periodically throughout the show. It will also be in the description. Please take the time to go sub up to those gentlemen. They do amazing work, and I want to support people that are doing this for the right reasons and have the critical thinking skills to be able to put out the information and the research that they've put out. I do have a few things that I'm going to share with you guys that we've discussed over the live.
So it's just me and you again, Butch. We're Butch and Sundance. It's just me and you again, Thelma and Louise, right? Except we're not going to do that.
I was going to say that was better than Thelma and Louise because you're trying to send us off a damn cliff.
Okay, we're going to go with Butch and Sundance. So it's just us again, huh?
It is. And Avery, thank you so much for coming up as well. Thank you for coming up and hanging out on the front
Avery. It was a pleasure.
And I have to give a huge shout out to the chat. I've got the chat pulled up on the other side, and I think I'm going to drop it because not only do I have the best mods in this whole damn app, I have the best community in this whole app. And I love the fact that people know that they can come over here to the front porch and they're not going to be attacked for their opinions, and that they're able to come over here and feel like it's a safe place, because that's all I ever wanted this channel to be, is a safe place.
And we've gotten
so
some
thank you
really
guys so much.
We've gotten some really good opinions tonight. Everybody has put in some really good opinions, thoughts, everything else. And they're very much appreciated. We love you guys. And that's what I was going to say.
As promised,
about that.
I'm dropping that chat because I don't need it. My mods have been phenomenal, and the community has been phenomenal that's come in here tonight. And those that are lurking in the bushes with the spiders and the snakes didn't bother to come in, so that's perfectly fine with me. All right, so this first video is the one that Avery was speaking about. That I went ahead and I already had this pulled up in the Discord, in my tab in the Discord for my live links. She sent me the news break version of it. This is a little bit bigger on the screen, so I'm going to go ahead and play this, and then of course we can respectfully discuss after, for those of y'all that have not seen this clip.
Thank you so much for joining Top Story. And I also want to say I'm so sorry that you have to join us and that we have to speak like this. I know you were doing this to speak for your daughter, but I am so sorry this is a situation you find yourself in at all. I want to start with just asking you about that selfie that everyone has now seen. What went through your head? What did it feel like when you saw that selfie of Brian Kohberger allegedly taken hours after your daughter and her housemates were murdered?
It was a trophy. He made himself a trophy. He felt like at that point he had just returned from the crime scene that was there, and he's very confident. That's what the thumbs up. He's going to look back at that, remember what he got away with, and it's a challenge to Idaho to let everybody know that he thought he could kill people in our state, get away with it. He was far smarter than everyone else around him, and he studied it. He's trying to be a PhD in it. So I think it was a challenge to Idaho, and I think Idaho will definitely step up, and he's going to regret that photo.
Steve, I want to also ask you about one of the requests the defense is making to the judge, asking that they do not allow spectators to wear T-shirts with pictures of the victims on them or anything like words in the memory of. How does that make you feel?
It's petty. I don't worry about it, though. My daughter's justice and getting this conviction is much more important than wearing a shirt. I've never worn a shirt in court. They'll never be able to ever show that I ever did. So, when you got somebody facing, death row, you probably should focus more on, the case and the evidence rather than who's going to be in there witnessing it.
The defense has also claimed that they're going to present alternate perpetrators. Do you believe there is anyone else involved
Excellent
in
question,
the murder
Dandy.
of your daughter and her housemates?
No, not at all. There's surveillance all around there. You're going to clearly see who was coming into the place and exactly when they were leaving and what that vehicle looked like when it took that corner. This case is solid. It's super solid, and we look forward to it. They're just trying to delay it, but
So asking for a friend. Do I need to back that up? Should we listen to that part again?
Yes, ma'am.
Just asking
Let's
for
go
a
with
friend.
it.
Okay. Let's hear that again. Let's hear that again.
it's all around there. You're going to clearly see who was coming into the place and exactly when they were leaving and what that vehicle looked like when it took that corner. This case is solid. It's super solid, and we look forward to it. They're just trying to delay it, but it's time to pay the piper. We're all going to see what the state has, and I'm very confident in what they have.
How is your family holding up and handling all of this? I mean, last week we heard the 911 call partially released. We've seen this selfie now. What is it like for you and your family to keep having these items, these bits of information come out?
It is hard. It's very hard. You kind of just prepare your family, tell them to stay away from the TV, stay away from, parts of the internet. So, but it's nice to get this information out. It's good to see the facts. I mean, it's weird to wait 2.5 years to know like some of the final things that, your child has been through. We're still waiting on even like laptops and things that, so we can see, her playlist and things that she was working on. It's tough. It's tough to go through this, but I just think of all the officers and, the FBI agents and all the hard work that they put into this. So, I can wait and, we can get this out. We can figure it out.
As we move closer to seeing Brian Kohberger actually face a jury and answer to these charges, what for you and your family is the thing you hope people focus on the most when that coverage really gets in full swing? What is it you hope people don't forget about what y'all have experienced or about your daughter?
I think if people can concentrate on how much victims they were, how these people were just going through their everyday life, trying to be educated, try to be like the best type of human being that you could possibly be. And even having all the way from like their meals that they shared together till their Uber ride, they weren't drinking and driving, they weren't doing anything bad, and come home and to go to your bed and to have some stranger that he's not even a part of our state, he just didn't even belong here, and to have that person sneak into your home and kill you in your bed. If there wasn't ever a moment for people to rally together and say, it's time to take this to the full closure and have a message that's out there so we can kind of point to say, we put our foot down right here. And, when we have these school shooters and people that do these mass murders, maybe we have to start, putting our foot down and taking it to the darkest part, all the way till we finalize these people. And then maybe we can stop having these so often.
Have you been able to speak to any of the other families, Ethan's family, Zaina's or Maddie's?
Yeah, I've spoken to all the families, some more than others, but yeah, I mean, Karen she'll call us in the middle of the night, so we know if you're struggling, you're having a hard day, that you picked up that phone and you spend some time talking to somebody. Mm-hmm. And I love talking about Maddie all the time, so it's pretty easy for us to do.
Are you and the other families confident right now that prosecutors have what they need to get a conviction here?
Yeah. They broke that down early on, and they basically outlined a couple different scenarios. And one of those was, hopefully this person comes out and says that he was framed. Was ideal, because that basically just means there's so much evidence that he just can't combat it. We didn't think we'd get as lucky as no alibi. We thought he'd think it out, and he is a smart guy. I figured he'd have some better way to explain what he was doing that night. I mean, I could think of a lot of better ways he could have done it. Really tricky stuff, but he didn't. And luckily, the case is going to be, it's going to be handled, and we'll get the eventual. We'll never get our kids back. I take that over any of this, but this is the best that we can make of the situation that we're in.
Steve Gonzalez, thank you so much for joining us. And I promise you, we will remember Ethan, Kaylee, Zaina, and Maddie as we move forward covering whatever happens next with this trial. We appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
So, like I said, they cannot put everything out because this is an open and fluid case. If they do put stuff out, the speculation nation grabs a hold of it, and they hit every little piece out and criticize every little piece of information. And Crystal, thank you so much for coming in, and thank you for sending prayers to the families, the victims, families, and the survivors, families. Thank you so much for doing that. That means a lot to me. And I'm going to say this, and there's a reason I'm going to say this, because those that are in the bushes or in the back that don't have the spine to come in this chat, you never know when a family member is watching one of these channels. Do you know how many times I've covered a case of a missing child and had the mother come in my chat? Let me tell you about my first interview. My very first interview was supposed to be Lisa Key. A child is abducted in Ohio. Myself, Arctic, and a handful of other creators were helping with said case. I'm calling and talking to local reporters and law enforcement, doing all the things. Somebody comes in my chat that's a family member of the missing, the abducted child, and says, "Would you like to get mom on panel?" Sure. Had never done an interview outside of a YouTuber or a mod in my damn life. That's how I did my first interview. Because the family was lurking in my bushes, watching my channel to see what was being said. Not only that, I have had families reach out to me that won't touch another YouTuber's channel, or that will only go on channels that are associated with my team, our team. Because I do not victim shame. I stand with the families. I stand with the victims. And if you come at me with the innocent until proven guilty shit about Kohberger, you better be damn ready to explain to me what is the difference in me having an opinion against Kohberger and trusting the system and thinking that they have the right man in jail, and Stephen Stearns.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
you can't sit there and you can't say, "Oh, Kohberger, he's innocent until proven guilty, but Stephen Stearns is a fucking monster." No, they both committed a crime. I am in Orlando. I have went and squatted down and planted flowers at Maddie's memorial and got ticks in places that I won't talk about on this panel that I had to pull off when I got home. I have set feet from Ethan's mother. I'm not talking about behind a damn screen. I'm talking about in the same room with the woman. So if you don't like who I am for being a victim's advocate, this is not the channel for you. My community's not for you. You can hit that same little button that says subscribe, and you can unsubscribe from this channel. You can go right into my Discord, my Facebook, and my Twitter, and you can unfollow and fucking leave. And don't let the good Lord, the door hit you or the good Lord split you. And that's exactly how I feel about it. Now, but I got that out.
And
let's see if I missed anything before
can I
go.
can I caveat off of that, Mom?
Mhm.
And Mom is actually absolutely correct, because I hear people go, well, you know, they have so much evidence against, and we all know the evidence that they have against Stephen Stearns in the Maddie Soto case. We know that. We all know that. We all know that. But here's the thing. Do they have him on video? And I am by no means saying he's innocent, because I think he's guilty as hell. But we all know. But do they have him on video actually unaliving Maddie? Absolutely not. And I'm going to tell y'all something. If he were to die in prison tomorrow, he dies an innocent man, because innocent until proven guilty. So you can't sit here and preach and preach and preach that Brian Kohberger is an innocent man until proven guilty, and say, oh, well, Stephen Stearns is a monster and guilty, just like Mom said, and that Stephen Stearns is guilty on your YouTube channel. But Stephen Stearns is still an innocent man, because he has not been found guilty in a court of law, just like Brian Kohberger has not been found guilty in a court of law. Both of them have been convicted in the court of public opinion. So we have to trust the process as advocates. We have to trust the process. Just like Mom keeps saying, we have to trust the process. What LE gives us. What LE gives us. And what LE has given us in the Idaho 4 case, then there's a lot, I think, that they're keeping close to the vest and they have not shown us. But what they have told us is Brian Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife on Amazon. What they have told us is Brian Kohberger's DNA was found on a knife sheath at the scene. Do you expect me to believe that he gifted someone a knife, and that particular knife and that particular sheath, a K-bar knife in a sheath, and that just so happens that particular sheath showed up in a house in Idaho where 4 college students were murdered, where he was driving around? Absolutely not. Do I believe in coincidence? Possibly. But do I believe in that much coincidence? Absolutely not.
And let me bring up something else while I'm on my soapbox. Because if I don't say these things, I'm going to explode. And this is my fucking channel, so I'll say what I want over here. Let me explain something to y'all. And Arctic's in this chat, and Arctic may remember this happening. Harmony Montgomery's case. If PJ's still in here, PJ can back me up on this. PJ, I don't think PJ wasn't a part of the group chat, but we had a group chat, a Facebook group chat. This is before I had a Discord. And there were some pictures that came out of Kayla with a stroller with a black duffel bag on the back of it. In that group chat, I sat right there and I said, that baby's in that fucking duffel bag. Harmony's in that fucking duffel bag. I got told I was being tinfoil hat wearer, that I was paranoid, that there was no way in hell she was riding around with her children in a stroller with Harmony's dead body on the back of that stroller. Well, lo and behold, guess what the fuck came out at trial? Guess what came out at trial? She was in that fucking black duffel bag at one point. Give y'all another little piece of information. I said, I guarantee they took that baby's body to Union Street with them when they moved. No, there's no way. It was too much time in between there. And no, they didn't. They didn't. Right here, look, back me up. Right here, backing me up because he's been my ride or die for years. He knows that conversation, and I would not breathe the names of the other people besides one, God rest her soul, that was in that group chat that knew damn good and well I sat there because I'm good at what I fucking do. I don't put it all out there. I don't make everything I say publicly, everything I look at publicly, or everything I might find out from somebody that's a local publicly. But I said they had her body in Union Street. Guess what? They not only had her body in Union Street, they dismembered her in the bathtub, put her remains in Tupperware bowls, and put her in that damn little tote bag before he threw her body all over freaking God knows where, 2 states. Because I might just be some crazy girl from Kentucky that lives in Florida, but let me tell you what, I've been through it. I've got the tattoo, the t-shirt, and the freaking pair of shorts with my name on it that shows I've been there. I've done that. And I'm damn good at what I do. And I'm damn good at research. And just because I don't feed my information to everybody doesn't mean that I've said something that I don't know for sure in my heart is to be the truth.
And Peggy, they do have enough proof of Stern's guilt for the essay of Maddie, but he has not been to court for it. So he is still an innocent man until he is proven guilty in a court of law. If he dies tomorrow, he is an innocent man. He has not been proven guilty in a court of law.
Comment. Paula says, what I don't understand, and call me annoying and crazy and kick me out of a community if you want to, but how in the heck did police let an active crime scene be demolished by the university? Paula, I'm with you 110% because let me tell you what, that fucking house should have never, the house that's on your screen right now should have never come down. It should have never come down. But let me tell you what my opinion is on why that house came down. That house came down because people are fucking weirdos. And they would have been breaking in that house at night and taking souvenirs out of that house.
Yep.
And you would probably see parts of the wall on eBay. And I would never kick you out of this community. I love you dearly, Paula, and you have a home here always.
And not only that, Mom, I think that, and I'm just going to put this out there. I don't think that Ann Taylor, because Ann Taylor approved them getting rid of that house. I don't think Ann Taylor wanted a little jury field trip to that house either.
Hell no, they didn't. Because what happened in the Murdaugh case? Like Doodle brought up the Murdaugh case. What happened in the Murdaugh case? They took the jury to the fucking farm. They took them to the land, to the property.
Yep.
And Taylor he thought he was free and clear. But that Snapchat video was, they took that nail and they took that hammer and they said, doop, 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 doop. Right here, you sat on the stand and you fucking lied. And you didn't know that video existed. Mm-hmm. And that's what got your ass. What did we just hear Steve say?
And Ann Taylor did not. And Ann Taylor did not. Ann Taylor had no problem with them demolishing that house because Ann Taylor knew there was a risk that the jury could take a little field trip to that house. And so she didn't want them taking a little field trip to that house when the trial starts, because they can take the jury on a field trip to that house. And she doesn't want the jury seeing that house, because if the jury sees that house and realizes the setup of that house and everything else, then, it was a mistake for that house to come down, but she doesn't want the jury going to that house. There are reasons why she was okay with it too. It wasn't just the state was okay with it. But right, Peggy, there's other incriminating evidence when it comes to trial. But right now, all of that incriminating evidence, and yes, Peggy, I think Howard Stern, I think Stephen Stearns is guilty. I have no doubt in my mind that he did what he did to Maddie, and she suffered for a long time. I have no doubt in my mind. But what I'm saying is, what Mom and I are trying to say is, if we go by the innocent until proven guilty, that with Koberger, then you have to do it with Stearns. You have to do it with Stearns. And if he dies right now, he's an innocent man. He has not been proven guilty. And if they hadn't if they had tore that house if they hadn't tore that house down, the jury could have seen how that could have happened in the amount of time that it happened. But if you go with innocent until proven guilty with Koberger, you have to go with innocent and proven until proven guilty with that monster Stephen Stearns. And we know he's a monster. We know he did what he did. There's no doubt in any shape, form, or fashion. But you have to look at it like that. There's other videos. All of it's very incriminating, and that's going to come out when it comes to trial. But it's still if he dies tonight, he's an innocent man.
Welcome in, Happy Hounds. Happy Hound says, have you ever heard of law enforcement driving up in a truck, removing mattresses, etc., into the back and driving away, and not only tearing down the evidence but also burying it? Sounds fishy to me. I respect your question, and thank you so much for your statement. So normally, law enforcement, what I have seen footage of, they bring a box truck or a van and they remove evidence with that. Possibly, in my opinion, maybe the pickup truck was the best thing they had to remove the evidence, the mattresses and things like that out of the house. But as far as burying it, I honestly, in my heart and soul, believe it was buried to keep people from taking souvenirs of the house. And that's my opinion, because people are fucking weirdos. Hi, Joanne. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, yeah. You'd see that people would be putting those walls and everything else. But and it's frustrating because you can't make people think. You can't sit up here and so this photo of Brian Koberger, it's just an innocent photo. This is just this is just that. And then say the same thing. And then when you're asked the same thing about somebody else, you can't look at it and go, oh, well, yeah, but that person's not innocent until proven guilty, because we know this has come out. Of course, yes, they do have the CSAM. They do have the CSAM on Stearns. They do have the CSAM, even though they have the CSAM, he has not been tried in a court of law. Stearns has not been tried in a court of law, and he did horrific things, but he's not been tried in a court of law. And it turns my
Thank
stomach.
you, Wisdom.
Sorry, Mom.
Joanne says, as of now, they have nothing, absolutely nothing. You'll have to elaborate on your comment, please, Joanne. One of the investigators, I believe, said that the interior had already been altered in such a way that they couldn't represent an original crime scene. And that makes sense, Josh, because like in Harmony Montgomery's case, and I keep going back to her case because it's a recent trial that we've seen where they don't have a body. They have no body. They have body matter from the drains and other evidence. They don't have a body. They took the ceilings out of the halfway house. They took the walls out of the apartment on Union Street. I not only got to see what was put out in mainstream media, but we had somebody that was a local that knew the girl that was living in the apartment on Union Street and was sending pictures in the background that have never been made public.
And I am sure that,
for what you sent.
As Josh said, one of the investigators, the interior had already been altered. in such a way it did not represent the original crime scene, because I'm sure at the Idaho House that there were walls taken out, there were pieces of floor, there was probably a lot taken from that crime scene, so it does not resemble the original crime scene anymore because they had
And
to
Happy
take
Hounds,
evidence.
I wish that we didn't live in the world we live in now. And I wish that when this happened, you didn't have, what, 15 YouTubers that flocked to this little city. That's probably part of the reason, because YouTube is a great platform and it's also a evil demon. And how do they know that they weren't going to go in the house and, like I said, take pieces of the house? It's frustrating that the house is gone. If you go back on my earlier videos, I was pissed they took the house down. I was livid that the house got took down. But you have to weigh both sides of it, because I agree. If they were in the house, they would be able to hear a lot better than technical recreations of the house, where all the scans and stuff that they did that was supposed to be exactly. Thank you, Dandy. Without being exposed to the biohazards. Yep. Yell at Mom, you're the best on your team, best channel ever. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've been listening to his phone calls. Thank you again, Wisdom. I agree with the weirdos. There guys peeing on it. There were guys peeing on it. See what I'm saying? People are fucking weird. Like, people are so fucking strange. Like, seriously, people are strange. Like, people are so fucking creepy. Like, they really honestly are. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, I went to a crime scene. We drove the whole route. I went to a crime scene. Well, Osceola County Police Department didn't take the time to clean up the crime tape. And it's behind me. I have a piece of crime tape somewhere. It's back here somewhere. Y'all, I'm going to redo all this. I'll show you sometime. But I have a piece of crime tape that I picked up. But it wasn't, I didn't like dig up the dirt and put it in a bucket where the vehicle was burned at, or none of that weird shit. I took a piece of crime tape, because when I get my background done completely, what better to have than a real piece of crime tape in my background? I also have lace that's blood splatter somewhere, but neither here nor there. ADHD squirrel. From what I understand, the FBI 3D VR shots of the crime scene. Yeah, exactly. If you did the crime, I don't see how all the chemicals they would use would be no blood evidence from the suspect anywhere in his car, on his person, or his home. Even bleach can be detected. Yes, and so can ammonia. But think about the time frame between when the murders happened and when they arrested him. He had more than enough time to scrub down that car. But I'm hoping that we're going to learn more about that when the trial starts. I work on a college campus. Look, Josh says, I work on a college campus. Goodness, the weirdo things I've seen. I can imagine. I live down the road from a college campus. And let me tell you what, I bet there's some weird shit that goes on in there. Hydrogen peroxide.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is detectable.
Josh was working from home. Josh was working from home, not what? Last week, Josh? Because of some crazy stuff going on campus. It was just last week that Josh was working from home, because me and Ark were like, hope you're okay, because they pulled some crazy stuff at the campus. He had to work from home. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's just, but, I mean, you can't continuously continue to blame and shame the survivors. To shame and blame the survivors. No. Mm-mm.
No, because it's not doing any good. And these are young adults. These are young adults that are on social media. They're on social media. What if they stumble across, survivor's guilt, like Kimber was talking about earlier. What if they stumble across a TikTok video or they stumble across a YouTube video and they're going through the chat and they're seeing where people are saying, oh, I got questions. Those girls, what were they doing? You know what? They were probably part of this. Oh my God, have you seen this? Have you seen that? They probably planned this out. They were, that one, she looks like a man. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like, seriously, what is wrong with people? And I agree with Happy Hounds here. There should not have been people walking in and out of the crime scene. There shouldn't have been. It should have been secured, immediately secured, and all that shit should have stopped. But again, small town, when was the last murder? I think it was said 7 years before. When was the last mass murder in that town? I've never heard of one. If there was one previously, I'm more than open to being corrected.
Okay, Mom.
Yeah, there you go. Mass explosion.
Mom, let's just use a scenario. Say we were in a house right now, you and I, Arctic and Doodle, the four of us. Sorry to drag y'all into this, Arctic and Doodle, but that's just how it is. Say we're in a house right now. The four of us are in a house. And we're the age we are now. And a mass murder happens. I mean, even knowing what we know, how are we going to react? I personally am going to be scared shitless. I'm sorry. I don't know how everyone else would react, but I'm going to be scared shitless. I'm just going to put that out there.
So I pulled this up, and I don't get around the streets a lot. I'll be honest with you guys. I have a whole life going on, and I've been planning the car show and taking care of stuff in the background for that. But I did pull this up. I haven't seen, and if anybody has showed this on their channel, kudos to them. And I'm sorry that I'm leaving you out of my statement. I don't mean for you to not feel recognized or loved, but I don't remember or recall seeing anybody pull this up. So this is trauma responses. So trauma responses: fight, to face any perceived threat aggressively; fawn, to please someone or avoid conflict; freeze, inability to move, act against a threat; flop, to collapse or become unresponsive or faint, for those in the back; to run away from danger or threat; to fight. These are trauma responses. Responses of trauma. This is a chart for those that don't know how to do their own damn research. Please screenshot this. Put it on your wallpaper of your computer to understand that every time you drag these girls, or you allow your community to drag these girls, you should be ashamed of yourselves.
And that's any
Also, don't
community
think
here.
fair TV shows broadcast the World Series to talk about crimes in Moscow if they already know the suspect is guilty. So much has been sealed. How do they know? Yeah, it'll all come out at trial. And there was a shooting at a car show yesterday in Las Cruces. I know, Josh. I used to live in Las Cruces. I actually commented on it. I used to live in Cruces. Cruces is a very, very dangerous city. Back in the 90s, it was a dangerous city. My mother had trauma responses, so I know they can freeze. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And you don't know how your body's going to react. You don't know how your body's going to react. You have been drinking all night long. These are college kids. Who the hell knows what else they were doing? You don't know how they're going to react. It's not your place to question how they reacted. It's not your place. Those are not your children. They're not your family. They're not your loved ones. Put yourself in their shoes. What if it was your family?
Exactly, Doodle. She said, you know how I am going to react, but I can't say at 20. No, I can't tell you. And I'm looking at the here and now, but no, I can't tell you what I would have done. Those girls, they were scared. They were scared. And you take, ugh. And this is for any channel that's out there trying to turn this on the survivors, turn this on the victims, turn this on whatever. Just stop it. Just stop, 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 stop. Just stop. Just stop. And like Doodle said, you can have more than one of those trauma responses at the same time. You can have it. I'll kick the soapbox box back to you now, Mom.
All right. So this was a question that was asked earlier in the live. Now that I've done smoked 7 cigarettes and calmed down a little bit. Not really. I haven't smoked 7 cigarettes, for those of y'all that are concerned about my health here. The question was asked, whose dad repaired the door lock a week before the murders? It was Xana's dad. And I pulled up the Inside Edition. This is being used under fair use. Dropped my copyright. I've never had them strike me before, but just for shits and giggles, I'll go ahead and drop that in the chat as well. This is being used under fair use.
Did the bedroom doors of the 4 murdered University of Idaho students have electronic locks like this? A former tenant posted this photo and says all 6 bedrooms had combination locks.
It's believed the students had a lock on their door similar to this. This is a keypad lock, and I'm at AAA Architectural Hardware in Manhattan with Richard Brown, who is the owner. Are these things reliable?
They're very reliable when they're installed properly and when they're used properly. You press the code that was pre-programmed in, push down on the lever handle, open the door, and then close the door behind you. And it should be locked.
Only when I ain't bed on my own.
But this was a party house. Many may have known the combinations.
Meet you at the house, let yourself in. The kids do that all the time.
Hey, Moscow police, come back here.
Meanwhile, Inside Edition has obtained this body cam video taken on the night of the murders, a short distance from the house.
It's one thing to drink in an apartment where no one can see you. It's another thing for us to drive by and see you guys absolutely stumbling down the roadway.
3 freshmen were cited for underage drinking. Note the time, 3:15 a.m. Police say the murders could have been taking place at that very moment. The 3 were cited near the Sigma Chi fraternity where Ethan Chapin and Zaina Kernodal attended a party. Look how close it is to the murder house. And look at this. A poignant moment today as police carry boxes of the victims' belongings from inside the house to a U-Haul truck to return them to their grieving families.
Everybody reacts differently, like Doodle just said. So when my mom died, do you know I didn't cry? I didn't sleep. I did what would be considered another trauma response. I put on my strong face and I handled everything. I handled the funeral. I handled the fact that she had cashed in her life insurance policy and we had to scrounge up the money to bury her. I handled all of it. The day we put her in the ground, I lost my shit. I had to be peeled off the floor. I would literally took my purse and dumped it upside down and was doing this and just throwing all the shit that was in my purse. Like, where the fuck are they at? The whole time, my left hand was like this. And the car keys I was looking for were in my hand. And I had a full-on moment where everything went blank. And I was tearing through my purse in the damn floor of the hallway in front of God and everybody on my knees, looking for my car keys that were in my damn hand the whole time. We all react differently. And yes, JC, you could experience more than one trauma response. Absolutely, because we're all different. Our brains all work differently. My mom died, my brother shut down. When my mom died, Minnie fled. He took off. We couldn't find him for almost 12 hours. Everybody reacts differently. Doodle says, I know a young lady that witnessed a crime and has never spoken a word since. Jeff's still lurking in the bushes. Thank you, Jeff. A healthy way to deal with trauma is to stop watching too much of pro-burger channels and refrain from thinking about them their theories every day. They'll soon drop to the side of the road. I love that, Jeff. And what I always tell Kimber, and I've probably said it to every person on our team and some people outside of our team, don't let them steal your peace. Don't do it. Don't let them steal your peace. Because when you let them steal your peace, then there's no room left for you.
Isn't going to be some kind of connection that I
Okay, Wisdom sent this to me.
would think that would explain this. Like,
What?
my girl's bullying him, or isn't going to be some kind of connection that I would think that would explain this. Like, my girl's bullying him, or what kind of behavior could explain somebody being this brutal to another human being? Yeah, and close enough that he was touching their Wi-Fi, that his phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Yeah, so you know how close that is. If you've had a laptop, you walk out into your front yard, you're not going to get too far. So
I don't think I saw that part. Wow.
So I'll let that.
Isn't going to be some kind of connection that I would think that would explain this. Like, my girl's bullying him, or what kind of behavior could explain somebody being this brutal to another human being? Yeah, and close enough that he was touching their Wi-Fi, that his phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Yeah, so you know how close that is. If
his phone was touching their Wi-Fi. For those of you that forgot about that intro view that has to take him. Thank you, Wisdom, for sending that to me. That's so hard to be the one to have funeral arrangements of a close loved one. I did for my dad, worst day ever, but you find the strength somehow. You do, Jeff. You pull the strength.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you where the strength come from. I literally had a brother that just completely lost everything, and he detached himself from everything and was standing over my mother's casket at the funeral scrolling Facebook. I had another sister that I don't talk to anymore, so not Drifty, you guys don't judge her, that was in the parking lot doing cocaine. And I wear cowboy boots. I'd grab them and show you, but many of you guys have seen me out and about doing boots on the ground. I walked the bottom of my cowboy boots off that day. I'm not even kidding you. The second part of the funeral and us taking her to be buried, I was barefoot because I walked the bottom off of my boots. So I cannot tell you how I mustered up the strength to even be able to make it through that day. Until you live it, don't judge others. Absolutely. Look, Barb says she couldn't find anything. And it's easy to get close to the wrong people. Just walk away. Doing the right thing is never easy, but your peace is more important. Thank you, Doodle. Very well said. Wisdom with the eyes emojis. And Steve is my tea guy. And if memory serves me correctly, again, I'm open to being corrected in chat. Didn't Steve and the family were the ones that successfully first got into the devices? Weren't they on, I believe it was News Nation, talking about how they were doing their own investigation? Kindness is a language that deaf ears hear and the blind can see. Mark Twain. I love that, Jeff. And again, thank you so much for still hanging out with us. Don't get in trouble with the wife. I can't remember my father's funeral, blocked it out, so that is also a trauma response. Exactly. I'm quite far from the Wi-Fi here, but I pick it up just fine. And I did that at the funeral all alone. I'm so sorry, Doodle, and I'm so sorry, Wisdom and Jeff and Arctic and everybody. It's hard. So like I said, until you've dealt with trauma, you don't know how that's going to affect you. When I lost my son, I took him to the funeral home. I took his body to the funeral home myself and handed him to the funeral director and had him cremated. The coroner come and picked up my daughter, but my son, I took him myself and walked into the funeral home with him in my hands and handed him to the funeral director to be cremated. So you never know how you're going to react to things until it happens to you, and we all react differently. I remember at my dad's gathering of friends at a funeral, I stood up to get food at the buffet. They set up, so many people came over and talked to me one by one, and I never got any food. Yep. It's because your brain is going 900 miles an hour, and then you have what Kimber was talking about earlier, and that's the guilt. That's the guilt. And it's like people that go after these families with missing people, you don't know how you're going to react until it happens to you. When my son was missing, I found myself questioning, did I deserve to sit down and eat dinner because I didn't know if my son had something to eat? I didn't know where he was at. I didn't know if he was safe and warm. Did I have the right to get a blanket and cover up because I didn't know if he was safe and warm? When you're going through stuff like a funeral, a loved one, remember to take care of yourself and ask people to help you. They really want to. I wish I'd have known that then. Absolutely. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. I love my community. And Jeff, welcome into the community. And I hope you enjoy it here. And I hope you stay. And I hope if you were here while I was yelling into my mic that I didn't run you off. But normally I'm a lot calmer than this. That's why I like having arrangements with anyone once you have lived out your whole family arrangement. Sounds petty, right? I'm so sorry, Doodle. There are certain songs I can't listen to this day because I heard them the day my dad got killed. So I also associate the songs with that day. I will use the song in my shorts, but I will never go back and listen to it or watch the short. And that's Arms of an Angel. So I understand that, Southern gal. I got to the funeral home and sat in the street refusing to go in. Look at Barb. She's as strong as a buzzsaw because she had no choice. Absolutely. Absolutely. Barb is one of the strongest women I know. I spent the night in front of a funeral home in my car to be closer to my mother's body. Aw, see? It's rough, Dawn. I still have tears flow when I'm shopping. I come across one of my dad's favorites that I used to buy for him. Yep. And I sometimes I smell my mom's Avon perfume. And it's like because smell and taste are two things that trigger your brain for memory as well. I can't listen to a lot of songs. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Miss Barbara. Thank you for being here.
And these are all the paths of grief and trauma that we all deal with.
Love you, Dandy. I'm glad you love it here, Jeff. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And these are all the paths of grief and trauma that we all deal with. You know, there are things, I've lost my mother, my father, and I've lost a brother. I lost a brother, what is this, we're in 2025. I lost a brother in 2019. And, I remember the look on his face the night that he passed away. And they had just given him some medicine, and we had walked back in the room, and he was in hospice. But I remember the look on his face, and I still have that image. That image haunts me to this day. It's part of trauma. It's traumatic for me. It's still traumatic to me it's still traumatic to me for me to this day. And but do I close my eyes a lot of times and do I think about that? Yes, I do. Quite often. Because there are days, my brother died from, I have to explain this. My brother died from medically induced cirrhosis of the liver. They gave him a medication that maybe he didn't have to pass away because had they watched his liver enzymes. So it's a case where maybe he didn't have to pass away. He did have some other medical issues, but it was the medication that caused the cirrhosis of the liver. So, maybe he didn't have to pass away. So, it was very traumatic. But I will never forget the look on his face. I still don't. It's still there. And, and I relive that. I often relive it because it's something I haven't shut out, but it's still traumatic for me. But I don't, and I still have a thing of my mother's. It was the perfume she wore, but I always gave her sets of perfume, but they had powder, and she didn't often use the powder. But the powder, I always smell the powder every once in a while. But every once in a while, I can just smell her perfume in the air, period. You know what I'm saying? I can just smell it. It's just her. It's not the perfume. It's not the powder. I can smell her. So I know she's close.
Yep. No, I get it. I understand. And I understand that too, Barb. Because smell triggers the brain. It triggers memory. It reminds you of things that you may not think about every day, but all of our senses are connected. Like all of your senses in your head are all connected. Some people's brain seems detached, but theoretically it's still connected. So those smells make a difference. And yes, yeah, Avery, I've lost 2 kids and my mom. I sure have.
Do y'all know
Just
Country
doesn't know
Ham?
that.
Country Ham, I know. Bless you.
Thank
Not
you.
everyone
Thank you.
knows what Country Ham is. Mom knows because she's from Kentucky. My daddy used to cook country ham every year for Christmas. I love country ham, and I will cook it at the house every once in a while, but it's hard for me to cook it because my daddy always cooked country ham. And it's hard for me to cook it because it reminds me of my dad. And every time I cook it, I stand over the stove and cry while I'm cooking country ham. So I cry while I'm cooking breakfast. I'm like, I'm crying. Jody, country ham, and it can be cooked a couple of different ways. It's a real salty ham, but you can look it up online. Clifty Farms is the best country ham, but Clifty Farms is the best. But you can cook it a couple of ways. You can, and my daddy used to. Did you ever cook it, Mom, the way that you boil it and then you wrap it in like newspaper and blankets and you cook it like that and it gives it like a different texture? It's not the same as frying it. But
Don't
it
eat
takes
no
a
damn
little.
blanket, you crazy woman.
No.
What the hell?
No, you take the country ham, you boil it for a little bit, and then after you do that, you wrap it in blankets. You wrap the country ham in newspapers and blankets, and you set it you set it aside and it cooks itself. It will cook. It will literally cook itself, and it takes on a different texture, and it's not as salty. It's not as salty, but it's really good. It's really good. And but no, country, Jody, you'll have to look up country. Stop laughing at me. My daddy used to cook it that way.
I'm laughing at Doodle.
What did she say?
She said, "Dang, Gimper's had so much wine, she's eating the blanket."
Doodle, you have to know what I'm talking about. You are like farmer extraordinary. You have to know what I'm talking about, cooking a country ham like that. Mom was the one that said, no, I don't know what an SBO ham is. What's an SBO ham? What the hell?
I gotta have it derailed.
Hold on, what the hell? I said country ham, and now everything's gone to shit. And why'd you say I had to eat a blanket? Now everybody's talking about carpet and everything else. See, Doodle gets it. You wrap it's like smoked meat, but you set it on. You put it in a pan after you boil it, and you wrap it, and it keeps the juices, and the meat cooks itself. But it's a different texture than if you slice it and fry it. Doodle gets it.
We was just messing with you for the hell of it. Bath and Body Works warm vanilla sugar and cherry small.
The USA dandy. Damn y'all. I need some more wine. Y'all buys it. Oh, I'm gonna have to have another bottle. I mean,
Don, don't
glass.
be blaming that shit on us.
Don's already asleep.
Another bottle. Is a blanket eater anything like a rug muncher asking for a friend? Look what we've done to Jeff. He's been in here for 3 hours and we've already corrupted the man.
We've corrupted you, Jeff. I'm sorry. It's okay though. Welcome to the dark side, Jeff. We have cookies.
Doodle has cake.
And Doodle has cake. See, Mikey knows what I'm talking about. Do you know what I'm talking about, Mikey? When you take the country ham and you boil it and you wrap it in blankets and newspaper. If he says yes, he's my next ex-husband.
He's your next ex.
See, he does. Mikey knows exactly what I'm talking about. And it takes on a different texture than if you just slice it off and fry it, right, Mikey? See, Mikey's my next ex-husband. Mikey's like, what?
That's why I love this community, because we can have a serious conversation and we can still in between laugh, because if we don't laugh, we're gonna all cry. I know myself personally. I will. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me for you to listen.
Doodle smokes her meat. Doodle be smoking it.
I bet she does.
I bet she does smoke her meat.
I quit smoking. I quit smoking meat a couple years ago.
Yeah, we know
love Doodle the way she is.
You've been doing.
Yes, we have cookies.
Mikey says he put his slip in. Mikey said he put his slip in the wrong box at the door.
My Lord.
Oh my gosh. Total derail. Oh Lord, I'm old, not dead.
See what you did?
Mikey, I am so glad you know what I mean. That's how my daddy used to fry the country ham, but that he also used to fix it that way for Thanksgiving, and it was so because he used to want to do a ham at Thanksgiving too, and it was so good, or Christmas, or sometime he used to do that, and it was so good. Is that the ghost host?
No, it's Nicole. Can you talk? Can you talk for everybody to hear you? Can you talk?
Oh, it's Kobe.
Use your words.
Kobe.
Use your words. Use your words. What do you want? Use your words. Tell me what you want. Are you sleeping? Tell me what. Use your words. Oh, he saw my mic. Use your words. What do you want? Talk to me. I know you can talk. He knows he's too big. He's super smart. He's goofy as hell because he's a pit bull, but he's super smart and he knows he's too big, so he won't get up here. He won't even get up on my. He'll put his head up here, but he won't get on my.
Oh,
he knows
God.
he's too big.
Doodle's going back to her Bible study, so she's too innocent to finish this conversation. Bullshit, 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 bullshit.
Have been. Let's see, I don't know. Let me think. Let me knock on Mr. Noggin. Who could trick us into doing that? Who could trick us into doing that?
That's what I got to say about that.
That's right, Mikey. Her Bible ain't got no pages. How did we get... all I said was country ham and...
We're talking about ham and...
everybody
got the munchies.
All I said was country ham, bait, and blankets and newspapers, and this turned into this. And you said I was eating blankets, and that's how this started. If you hadn't said I was eating blankets, this would have never started. Oh, see what you did, Mikey.
But hey, you got Dandy over here wondering what size of papers to be able to smoke her meat. You could, Cheech and Chong has those papers in a little green box that you can pull out. And you can make it as long as you need.
I'm going to Mikey's with a country ham, and we're gonna make a country ham. Y'all don't understand. Mikey, you want to make a country ham? Me and Mikey gonna make a country ham. Y'all
Not the beads, Arctic. Not the beads.
Y'all crazy as hell. All y'all.
As long as it's not beads and foxtails, we should be fine tonight. Then the live's going to totally... I'm going to have to end this one and start a whole nother live.
Beads and foxtails. Me and Mike are going to make a country
Lord.
ham.
Look, Mikey said, let's go. Oh, my Lord, y'all.
Me and Mike are making a
country
ham.
All right, so... Before we get too far derailed, I had one more thing I wanted to share with you guys as far as videos. And I'm going to... That way I can pull all this down off the big screen. But for those of y'all that haven't heard the 911 call, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to play this version of it. I believe Jeff has an enhanced version on his channel. His channel link has been dropped, so hopefully everybody that's been here tonight is subscribed to Jeff. But I'm going to go ahead and play this version of it, so that way we can hear the 911 call.
55 a.m. 42 seconds, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. This happens in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number?
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi,
and are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, we gotta go check. But we have to.
Okay. One moment, I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
Yes, 20. Here's one. Okay.
Hello? Hello? Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
You talking to them, say. I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello. Okay. I've already sent to the ambulance and enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again? There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one. I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, we have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
11:59 a.m. 49 seconds, November 13, 2022.
Okay, so I was going to bring this up earlier. I think I started the comment. Let me see if I started the comment. Let's see. Jeff H1, creator, indicated that part of the text at the end of the call was after the caller had hung up on the dispatch messaging. So I started that comment because I know this is not exactly what was said or asked, but I do want to bring this up. So when you call 911, before you hear that dispatcher say, Orange County 911, what's your emergency? That call's been recording for a number of seconds. The calls are actually recorded before you hear the 911 officer actually speak to you. The reason I know that is because I've researched it and because I've actually, when I first started my channel, I would listen to 911 calls all night long. And there was actually a case where they were able to solve the case because the beginning of the call, the 2 people were talking about hiding the murder weapon. And that was picked up on the recording of the 911 call. So those calls actually start recording before you hear the dispatcher say, I just used Orange County because freaking, it's the easiest one, but Davidson County, McCracken County, Timbuktu County, that call is already recording before you hear the dispatcher speak to you. So PSA, if you commit a crime and you call 911, unless you want what you said to be spoke about, then no doubt this tone is getting us lonely. Oh wow. That's when I think it happened. I'm rolling more cigarettes, pop a few hits, got my drink. Oh, Peggy's ready to roll. I don't think those girls seen anything. I don't think they did either. Wisdom, my honest opinion, I don't think they saw anything either. I don't either. I think the young man protected them by saying, get out. Yep, I agree. So who's talking to playing the Druid derailment tonight? I'm gonna make one of my little clips about derailment, a funny one, because I don't mind derailing. If we don't laugh, we'll cry, guys. And I love being able to break up the monotony and break up what we do and be able to we're never disrespecting the victims or the victims' families or anything like that. We're just breaking it up a little bit so everybody can breathe in between all of this heavy stuff that we cover and that we talk about. Mom did it. What? Wait, Doodle did it. No, Mom. Kimber? Yeah, it was a team effort, Mikey. There you go. It was a whole team effort. I see nothing, I hear nothing, I know nothing. Oh, now Doodle's the I see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil monkey.
Yeah,
Kimber did it with a pig and a plane.
Doodle's always, Wisdom says she's innocent too. Doodle's always innocent, according to, in Doodle's mind, she's innocent. I forgot to.
She's
that
got her
disclaimer.
monkeys ready down here. Disclaimer. I got a disclaimer.
Special.
There's your disclaimer, madam. If you guys would like me to, I can put that that trauma response thing on my community wall as well. If you would all like to share it out, just let me know, and I'll be more than happy to share that as well. I don't kiss and tell listen at you. Nope. No monkey card tonight, cuz what the hell? Oh Lord, now Kimber's playing with her monkey. She probably is playing with her monkeys. That's why she's got her camera turned off.
I have 4 monkeys, Doodle.
Walking in, and
Arctic sent
you
me
always
4.
do it. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. How you doing tonight, honey? Thank you for being here. Wish SNL was as good as it used to be, right? This is better than SNL, though, Dandy. My kids asked me why I have a hammer in my emergency bucket at school. I said it was to protect us in case of emergency. I also have pepper spray. Damn, Jody. Don't be going up in Jody's school with no foolery, because she's going to hit you over the head with the hammer and then pepper spray your ass to make sure she got you. Listen, babysit. Oh, wait, I'm innocent. Bullshit.
Yeah,
Welcome,
I'm
Drifty.
tired. We need to talk to these people about being innocent because, don't buy it.
Innocent, my arse.
Hi, Drifty.
Hello.
What are you doing?
Taping the mugs. You want to see what they're going to look like when they're done?
You're taping your mug?
Ooh.
Yep.
I done 2 tonight, but the first one had an accident. I'm getting a mug press tomorrow because tumbler press plus mugs are not a good idea. But do you want to see what else I done today?
Oh, she did it. Look.
Rah, 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 rah. Everybody might not have seen what that is. I'll pull it up. My whole chat just disappeared, y'all. I can't even see no chat. Uh-oh. I hope my computer's not finna throw. There it goes. Exotic.
Hi, Exotic.
I'm here. I haven't been here the last couple of days. Have been crazy. Thank you so much for being here, Exotic. It's always an honor to have you in chat. Love. Thank you for being here. I hope you're feeling well and everything's going well. You know how many times I've caught people red-handed and say, oh, I'm innocent, right? Innocent, and as soon as they go to jail, they find religion, right, Doodle? I spent the day learning how to make videos. I've been a good girl. Wisdom, you already know how to make videos. Who the hell you trying to fool, woman? Who the hell you trying to fool? Oh, look at that. Hey, she might be in the bushes. She might be in the bushes.
Okay, so don't show the other thing?
No.
Okay.
Well, she knows about the other thing. She didn't know about that.
Well, I'm
But
sorry.
she be lurking in the bushes sometimes.
Well, I finished that too.
Those of y'all that seen that, don't run back and tell her. It was a surprise. Oh, that turned out good. It will make you big. Hang on.
I like it.
Oh, you froze. Ooh, look at that. Dutchess. That's the Dutch bus.
Well,
And I
Doodle, at
actually
least
like
he
how
was
these turned
honest.
out.
Doodle said I had a guy tell me he was too drunk for a breathalyzer. I'm like, oh man, come on now. At least he was
Ooh,
honest.
put that one back up.
Which
Put
one?
that one
Okay,
back
hold on,
up.
let me get the piece of tape off of it.
Oh, I love that
Look at
one.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Would you look at that?
That's awesome.
And I also made the keychain to go with
How
it.
can tell me he was drunk for a
Matching
breathalyzer?
keychains.
Oh my.
Oh, I love those.
She's been working hard today.
She has.
And I ran out of paper, so I'm going to go get paper and a mug press tomorrow.
Oh, she runs out of paper, y'all. This is the first one that she showed. I'll share with you guys for those of you that aren't in the Discord or that have left the Discord and are lurking in the bushes. Now. Oh Lord, I didn't want it like that. What the hell had happened was
What the hell had happened was you made us weird. You made us weird.
it said bloodstains are red, UV lights are blue. I cover enough true crime, they will never find you. How about that?
And then you got the car coasters.
Ooh, I like
Those
those.
are badass.
Car posters. Oh, I forgot one more thing.
Ooh,
Hold it
that's
up just
cool.
a little bit.
Hold it up.
They can't tell what it is. It's a
Up.
koozie.
Up towards your head. Now closer to the monitor. A little closer.
I told her we needed shirts.
Oh, I love it.
You hear they're out here saying that Brian's sister's writing a book. I'm not surprised, Leslie. I'm not surprised. So many people are going to make money off this case. There's already a book out there. And some sideways done documentaries and all the things.
So, man, I love you to death, but I don't want the claw marks on my legs. I love you, but I don't want your claw marks.
She is, she's making stuff for the car show. She's
But
making some
everything you
stuff for
see
the
is
car
for
show.
sale.
At this rate, I'll be trading eggs for mugs. Should we trading eggs for mugs? Doodle over here gonna be our butt nugget dealer trading eggs. Did y'all? Oh, I gotta show y'all this. I think Brutally was in here earlier, but I don't think they're in here now. Let me pull this up. Y'all guys see this?
What is it?
Stop. This one.
Go back there.
Let's see if it was this one. No, this is a missing case. Yeah, this is a missing case. Oh, where was it? Oh no. What am I doing? I'm over here touching buttons. Oh shit. Let me think of you.
You know you can't touch buttons.
Oh, where did it go? Oh no.
We're going to the swamp, y'all.
Where did it go?
Where did it go?
Oh, you know what? I think it was in general chat. I won't spend a whole lot of time looking for this, guys, because it's getting late. Let's see. General chat. No. Gosh, Stormy.
I need to be mailed out tomorrow.
Where's it at? I'll have to find it and share it with you guys. Oh, I found Doodle. Okay, here it is. I found it. I found it. Let me close this out so it doesn't drag.
Where'd Kimber go?
I can't remember. I think I sent this to Doodle. She probably yeeted herself. The link's pinned to the top. In Stitches. Hey, honey. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, Brutally, there you are. It's in main chat. You are in here. I knew you were in here earlier. Kimber's on her laptop. It might have died on her. She passed out. I don't think she passed out yet. I don't think this has any sound to it. Life of an egg dealer. Kimber went to get more wine. This is freaking hilarious. I've laughed so hard, y'all. I meant to send it to you. I don't remember if I sent it to you or not.
Little man, don't be messing with my laptop,
Mikey
darling.
is paging Kimber to the white phone. Page Kimber to the white phone. Kimber went to Country Ham. She may have. I wanted to share that with you guys, though. I thought it was hilarious. Thank you so much. I always love all the stuff that you guys send me. It I love the little clips and all the messages that I get. Arctic, I came in here. There ain't no love in Oklahoma. What the hell? Well, we love you, Exotic. Who'd ever guess we'd be buying green in a store and eggs in the back alley, right? Right, Dandy? I don't know where I bet her laptop died. She's probably freaking out. She messaged me. Oh, what is this? Oh, Wisdom sent us something. Thank you, Wisdom. I don't know why there it goes. My little sound button wasn't coming up. There she is. They thought you went to get more wine.
No, I brought more wine with me earlier.
Oh, she was set on wine, y'all.
I was set on wine tonight. I ain't
This
had
is
no wine in a
Wisdom's
long time.
video.
What?
Nope. I may have to reopen it, y'all, because it's not showing up on the... There it goes. Come on. Let's try that again. It's operator error, y'all.
Well.
It's So true, Wisdom. Thank you for that. There's no sound to it. Okay, I thought it was me. I was like, what the hell am I doing wrong? Something like I need to take the power out or something. Oh, my Lord. Barbara was cool as a cucumber. Brian is laughing good. Oh, my Lord. Was a great job, Wisdom. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Take a
Thank you so
chill.
much for all everybody does. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Take a
Everybody
chill.
is amazing,
For me, you're gonna
beautiful
fight.
people. I'm gonna mute her. Okay, rattling. Woman, what are you doing? Deep, deep. Oh, hang on. I'll make you big.
Okay.
What is? I'll make you big. All right. Show us again. Ooh, I like that with the butterflies.
I missed it. I want to see the butterflies again.
She missed it.
Ooh.
There's one of the butterflies.
Let me see
Here's
the other
another
one.
butterfly.
Oh, I love that.
I think Kimber liked this one better though.
Ah, Arctic.
I think Kimber's gonna like this one better though. She does live in Tennessee with all those wild bears.
No, I want something with sunflower. I like that one. I like that one. I want sunflowers.
Well, I ran out of I ran out of car coasters, but I got some more coming tomorrow, so I will put some sunflowers on the next ones.
That's okay. Oh, I love that one too. But no, I'm gonna get me I'm gonna get you to make me a cup with sunflowers on it. But I want all different color sunflowers. You know, like
Oh, I got you. I got a beautiful one on my phone. I'll show it to you here in a second.
okay. Ooh, I like that one too.
And then
Oh, I love that one too. I got a big
And then
cross
I got
like
this
that in my
one.
hallway. Oh, I love that. I love that.
I think Doodle has that in a cup. I think
No,
that's the one I
Mecky
sent
ordered
Doodle,
one.
and then she turned
Maybe
and bought.
Doodle does.
Was it Mecky?
Yeah, I know
I'd
Mecky's
sent
got
one
one. I can't
out. I
remember if I
think I
made
sent
one.
it to Doodle
What about that,
because I
Kimber?
had like 10 cups that I mailed out.
Do you have something with more color?
Yeah,
with
give
on the
me a second.
sunflowers? Okay.
I got a million pictures on my phone, so you're gonna have to give me a second. I might have sent them to my messenger because I'm always transferring stuff to my phone, my messenger.
I thought I was right, Doodle. Doodle does have that cup. I try to remember what I send people. That way, if I send you another surprise gift, I don't send you the same damn one I already sent you. I like randomly sending out gifts to people.
I know I had sunflowers because I found a really pretty one with a lot
Wisdom's
of
has
colors in it.
a wolf on it, I think.
I know I have it. I just gotta find it.
Welcome in, Stan, man. Thank you so much for being here.
This is annoying because I know I have it.
Dandy, I don't have a crafty bone in my damn body.
I can be crafty, but it takes a lot for me to want to be crafty.
I'm not crafty.
Don't let her lie. She's very crafty.
I'm so. I can sew. I make pet beds.
Yeah, your pet beds are pretty darn amazing.
I reclaim stuff and make pet beds out of them.
Your pet
Look,
beds
Mikey
are
said
awesome.
OBS, Mom. I don't think I have any pictures on the laptop of my pet beds. Which, Lord knows, I've got 997,000 freaking pictures. I've got so many pictures on my phone, I can't even receive pictures right now. I don't think I have any pet beds on here, though.
I probably have some of
They're all
your
on my
pet beds, but we message so much it would take me like 4,000 years to go back and find them.
Yeah, I could probably find one on my phone and message it to myself.
Oh, I like that one, but could you put? But I would want some purples in the.
It is purple. It's just my phone just doesn't give. It's got purples and blues in it.
Are the sunflowers purples and blues in the colors?
And pink.
Oh, okay, yeah, something like that.
No, Happy Hounds, I don't have anywhere. I don't really
Or
sell
I've got this one.
anything.
Let me see.
It says mom on it. It's got purple and blues.
Oh, I like that one. It says what on it?
Mom. I'll send it to Chris and she can show it on the screen.
Okay.
Or I'll send it to Mom and let her show it on the screen.
You can use my name. They all know my name. If you're new to the channel, my name's Christy. The family calls me Chris. Here, I'll message these to myself.
I call her Christy, Mom. Sometimes we call each other Dirtbag. We'll call each other and go, "What's up, Dirtbag?"
Straight fucking dirtbag.
That's what we do. We call each other and go, "Hey, Dirtbag." But you know what? That's what real friends do. You know, we call each other something insulting, and then she calls me something back that's more insulting because that's how we are.
Check team chat. I sent one. Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh, Arctic for the win. That's pretty.
Found the one I was actually after. Ha! I knew I had it. I just had to find it.
Ooh, that's pretty. Look at that. Yes. Arctic sent us a pretty one.
Something like those.
That's really pretty.
Drifty found one she was looking for too. Yes, I love sunflowers. Do you know why I love? Because one of the reasons I love sunflowers so much because when it rains, they turn and face each other. Did y'all know that?
I love sunflowers. My kitchen stuff is all sunflowers.
I sent it to you on Messenger.
Found a decent pet bed that like advanced testers to put together. Mine, you can actually wash them. I sent myself some pictures. And I'll pull up the pictures. You can actually wash the ones. Actually, after I make them, I wash them because I'll show you guys why I wash them. I have wieners and a min pan that feel like they have to test the pet bed before it is sent to persons or pets that is meant for. It says
Dandy, sunflowers are amazing, but then when it rains, Dandy, they turn and from my understanding, they turn and face each other. They're beautiful. But I like the colored ones, and they have so many colors of them now. They're just beautiful.
Oh my Lord!
I do need a new pet bed for Hunter because the one I got him is actually too small, and Ella's taken over Evie's, and my life is total chaos.
I understand that. I understand that on a personal level.
My kitchen is done an early Renaissance hot ass mess right now.
Early Renaissance hot ass mess.
Yep, that's what it's done in.
Mine's done in mess that I've tried to clean.
Mind the monsters. Send.
Arctic, I went through Kansas one time on my way to Colorado when I was, like early 20s, kind of before I got married, kind of couch hopping. I got married when I was 23, so I was like, early 20s, hippie kind of traveling shit. All I saw was a bunch of oil derricks. Like Kansas is just like flat. It's flat. You see one tree and then you see a bunch of oil derricks. I was like, what is this? There's just land and one tree.
Land in a tree.
And an oil derrick.
And an oil derrick.
No, I did not see Toto. Oh, Christy, I meant to tell you, you know what I do have? You would love this.
What you have?
And I have to send you a picture. I have, which Dawn never did get me to rest. I have Dorothy, the Scarecrow, and the Wicked Witch ceramic dolls. They're actually, no, they're not. They're porcelain. They're porcelain. I have those three. We couldn't find the rest. I've looked for the rest. I can get the Cowardly Lion, but he's like $400, and I'm not paying that much.
Good
for
Lord.
Him. They were a Mattel series, and he got them for me. They were only like $80 when he got them for me, but yeah, they're really expensive now because they discontinued them. He got them for me years ago. I'll send you a picture sometime.
This is the reason I have to wash the pet beds, because they are tested by quality control assurance before they are shipped to those they're meant for.
That would be girly.
This is
the Wiener.
This is the one I did, and I'm well aware that it's spelt wrong. But yeah, there's the man sitting. He's loitering back here. He was eating yogurt with granola and something else in it. And then this is what I made for the Chihuahua. So this is a smaller version. And then I always put the names on there, and I do the names like where they're crooked, and it's all artistically. I have another one too that I made. But the way that I make them is really cool. So I've either reclaim long sleeve shirts, and I get the stuffing, and it's a long sleeve shirt, and then you sew the cuffs of the shirt together, and then the body of the shirt makes the bottom of the bed, and then I actually hand sew them, so they're hand sewn. And my grandmother taught me how to hand sew. I can sew with a machine too, but I do a lot better with my hands. And they're back stitched, and they're double back stitched, so that way you can throw it in a washing machine and a dryer, and it will never come apart on you. So if you send me a picture, Mikey, of your dog, I will make you a pet bed and bring it to the car show.
Aww.
They're something that I started doing to help with my my depression. The very first one I ever made, I made it for Minnie. Well, that's not a picture of it, but it's got whiskey laying on it, so I should probably just show you guys that one.
Whiskey.
He's a brat.
Hey sis, I sent you that stuff on
Thank
Messenger to show Kimber.
Okay. Yeah, let me. I have a really pretty black sunflower, Kimber. I just ran across it in my phone.
I like the black ones too.
Oh, Kimber, I ain't never showed you my sunflower shirts, have I?
Ooh, I love that.
And you can put your own design on the front.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
And look at all the pretty sunflowers.
Ooh, those are pretty.
I know I have a picture of this bed without an animal in it
And I have from small
somewhere.
all the way up to 5X.
Oh, that's pretty.
It's got your yellows. It's got a
Here, I
pretty
can show y'all.
blue. It's got a teal.
And it's gonna have to be one with an animal in it because let's get the cat. I'm gonna do that. I make cat beds too. They're a little smaller. They're like the Chihuahua size beds or the miniature, not necessarily a Chihuahua, just a miniature dog.
Maybe I should send you some fabric and some stuffing and have you make sugar a bed.
Just a shirt, a shirt and stuffing, long sleeve shirt.
Because I got stuffing for days. I got 5 pounds of stuffing somewhere. You can have it.
Yep. Just your choice, or I can pick up a shirt if you have a certain color you want it done in.
I don't care. Like I said,
And then
I'll ship you all 5 pounds of stuffing I've got. You can have it. I
I'll
can't
take
use it because it makes me makes my asthma act up when I use too much of it. When I used to make pillows,
I'll
I couldn't.
take it. I will use it.
When I used to make pillows, I'd stuff.
Because I
I'd
love
hand stuff. Well, I can't do that no more. My lungs say, "I don't love you no more."
Yep. Yeah. Send me a picture. That way I know how big I need to make it, and I'll get you one put together because it helps me. Like, because I have to take breaks. I try to be here every night, guys, but sometimes I do have to take breaks because what we do is really heavy. So I sit and I make pet beds when I'm decompressing from true crime. Wow, are the rail around the bed sleeves of a shirt how inventive? Yeah. So the rail that goes around the top of it is and you sew the neck closed, so the neck kind of brings like a normal pet bed would have on the back of it, and then the arms make the round of the pet bed, and then the belly of the shirt and the back of the shirt is what makes the bottom of it, and then I tack it all together from underneath so you can't see the tack. And when you're looking at it, it looks like a pet bed that didn't cost you $25 at a damn pet store or the Walmarts.
I just went to Five Below for the one she's got now, but it's already falling apart.
Yeah, mine won't come apart. We have commercial washer and dryer, and mine will not come apart because I stitch them. I can put the mark of guarantee on the fact that it will come apart because, like I said early, as soon as I get one done, if I'm sitting and smoking a cigarette, she's got to get in it and make sure it is of quality control. Because she is the quality control baby.
T-Rex.
She is. So if you guys have littles or if you have grandkids, something along those lines, you know the blankets that open at the top and they're like shaped like mermaids or sharks or stuff like that?
Yeah.
I actually have taken those and made pet beds out of those as well. So this is Buddy, which is another one of my wieners. And this was a shark blanket where the kid would get inside the blanket. And I made that, and that's the Huskies bed. And then this, you can kind of see the cuffs of the shirt right here. But this is Whiskey. And this is the first bed that I made Whiskey. So this is the arms, and then where his body's laying is the belly at the back of the shirt.
That was Buddy. Go back. I've never seen Buddy.
Yeah, that's Buddy. That's Romance.
Aww. Sweet little
That's Buddy
buddy.
Roo. That my.
Aww.
Mm-hmm.
He's only got 3 legs, right?
He's deaf and almost completely blind. Yep. Yep. He's deaf and almost completely blind, but he was my mom's dog. He's who I inherited when she passed away. So he's my heart. He has a bed underneath my desk, and usually when I'm live, that's where he's at, is under my desk. He's a seizure dog, and I haven't had one in a long time, knock on wood, but he's trained to spot seizures.
Little buddy Roo.
It's Tamara.
Oh,
she's a whole mess. That's really pretty. That's when she's showing her dukes. Put your
oh, I
dukes
love
up.
that one. I love that. That one I love.
And she's got butterflies, feathers, and all the things. That one's pretty too.
Mm-hmm.
That one says Mom. Those are pretty, Drifty. Very, very pretty. Very, very pretty. Oh Lord, yes, my grandson love those damn blankets. Yeah. Well, the baby, I had got the baby one that was a mermaid, and she's too damn tall for that damn thing. I almost made a pit bed out of it. Let it come down here without her knowing about it. I'll have it made into a pet bed before she knows about it. That would be cool to make for pups who have lost their people passing. Aw, yeah, that's a really good idea, Dandy. Because like I repurpose shirts when I do those. I repurpose shirts, and that yellow one that I showed you guys that Whiskey was laying in, that was my very favorite shirt, and I made that for Minnie, for Whiskey. It's one of my favorite shirts. My dogs won't use a bed; they're spoiled rotten. They sleep in my mom's in bed or my mom's. Aw, Arctic. Happy Hound says I admire people who can sew or make things that others buy in stores. Being creative is such a gift. Yeah, I try to stay away from retail stores. I'm big on Goodwill or seeing if I can do it myself. I love that shark blanket. So creative. Yeah, she was too big for it. So I thought, well, the husky needs a pet bed, and one of the small round ones he's not going to be able to fit in. So I made him a shark bed. All right, guys, it is 12:30. I appreciate everybody for being here. I thank you all for coming and listening to our wonderful panel we had earlier tonight, and then spending the rest of the evening listening to the few videos that I had queued up for you guys. And the whole point of having tonight was to honor the victims and give people a safe place to come up and speak their opinion without being attacked or feel like they were out of place or feel like their voice wasn't important enough to be heard. The link was pinned to the top. Anytime the link is pinned to the top, anybody that wants to come up here is more than welcome to come up and sit on the front porch, because I want this to be a safe place for everybody to come. And we also want to keep it a safe place for the families, the victims, the subscribers, the communities, the creators, all the things, because that's what's important is... Oh, you're fine in Stitches. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. Crystal, it's an honor to see you back in here. Thank you again. Thank you so much, Arctic. Thank you, love. That means the world to me. You guys know that you mean the world to me. I love my team. I love my community. I couldn't ask for better people. Folks, it's been a pleasure. Y'all be good now, and if you can't be good at it. And don't forget, Mikey, send me a picture of your fur baby, so I know what size shirt to get. Far's been in here. Well, thank you, love. Love you. Have a good night. Thank you so much. So this that's on the screen here, it is From the Faces Foundation, empathize, empower, elevate, captivate with compassion. True crime can be engaging and ethical, and it starts with us. Whether you're a creator or a consumer, you have the power to positively engage. And that is going to be our message tonight that I'm going to leave you with. I will leave it up on the screen long enough. If you want to snip it, clip it, screenshot it, share it, tag somebody in it that you feel like may need to hear this message, please do so. But as always, guys, remember, it takes a village to raise a child. If you see something, say something. We never give up. Kimber?
We never lose hope. Be good humans. Please be good humans. Engage with
Always be
empathy.
considerate. Always be
Drifty, do you have
considerate.
something you want to say? Perfect. I love it. All right, guys, remember, I'm going to catch you on the flip side.
Hey,